Hello there and welcome back to the Agostinho Zinga Show with your host Agostinho Zinga, and this is episode number 702. That it's 702 of the Agostinho Zinga Show with your host Agostinho Zinga, and I hope you are doing well wherever this live stream podcast may find you. I hope you are doing well. Today's a bit of a change up in my routine. Usually nowadays when I'm doing the Agostinho Zinga Show, I like to pre-record them so I can do nice bits of editing and make sure I'm nice and concise and take my time, because I have noticed there is a very big difference in my delivery when I'm not on live stream and when I'm just recording something and then editing it later. So sometimes if it's a podcast, it's nice to go at a slower pace and sort of think about what I want to say, and maybe pull up some pictures and stuff. But at this time, I'm just going to do it live and we're going to see how that goes. And the main reason is because I want to react to the update regarding Tremaine Emory, who has provided some more information and context and background around his stepping down at Supreme, aka firing, aka mutual whatever. He's now alleged that Supreme are systemically racist, and that was the reason why he ended up handing in his resignation and walking from the role, because he felt like Supreme was a systemic racist organization or corporation, company, whatever you want to call it. So I have some thoughts on that, obviously, knowing my opinion on Supreme and being a big fan of the brand, and obviously very, very, very much a big fan of streetwear and very much still plugged in and obsessed with that stuff and spending way too much time and money on the things within that space. I have some thoughts and opinions on it, and then I'm going to also cover a few of the responses online that I've seen to kind of gauge the temperature out there, because I think it's a bit of an insane take to have, but he's the one that worked there, he's the one that was seeing things that were going on the inside day to day. So we're going to try our best to pass through what he said and then try to gauge the climate out there, and obviously give you my opinion as to what I think went down. But as per usual, before we start off, we're going to get in some other random bits and pieces, and then we're going to head into Tremaine stuff. So first thing I want to mention, I'm not too sure about you guys, but I think I'm one of those people who has to say with my whole chest that I absolutely detest spotting people at the gym. I hate it. I think it's one of the things I've always secretly hated, because I think when people ask to get spotted at the gym, usually involves them having to come and talk to you. And for me, because I'm naturally a bit of an extrovert anyway, I'm a fucking chatty catty. I love a good banter, I love a good chin wag. The one time where I can have some peace and quiet and some silencio is when I go to the gym. So the last thing I want is some random person tapping me on the shoulder and asking me if I can spot them on some crazy deadlift or some crazy back squat or bench press. In my opinion, if you go to the gym on your own without a training partner, you should do the weights that you can do on your own. You shouldn't be going in the gym hoping somebody can spot you. I think it's fucking annoying. Unless you want to make that person your new training buddy or something. I think it's super annoying to keep asking random strangers in the gym to help you lift some ungodly amount of weight that you have no business lifting, because you're into this whole like vanity weightlifting thing where you want to appear like you're super strong by putting as many plates as possible on the bar, but then you are unable to lift it up and to kind of lift or pull whatever it may be or press this stuff yourself. It's annoying. Leave people alone. That's what I say. Leave people alone out in the gym. Do the weight that you can do on your own. And then if you have a training partner, they can spot you. But I detest spotting people. I really do hate it. Number one, they have to ask you permission if you want to help them spot them. Usually you can't be the psycho that says no, so you say yes. Then you have to decide where you're going to, be next to. Do you have to touch them on the side? You have to touch them. You have to come next to them. It's just annoying. You have to exchange fucking pleasantries and pretend like you're friends and stuff. I fucking hate that shit. I detest it with all my heart. And I know I probably sound like a Grinch and I sound like a fucking psycho, but honestly, I feel like every other walk of life we have, with the exception of maybe libraries and gym, you should be left alone. Yeah, libraries and gym is where you should be left alone. I think every other place at work, at work, when you go to the supermarket, when you're at a restaurant, when you're at a bar, when you're in the, sometimes traveling on public transport, people always want to talk to you, whether it's somebody handing you a leaflet, a free paper, asking you for directions, blah, 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 blah. It's always someone saying something. So I feel like when you go to a gym and you go to a library or something, people just leave you alone, or like a bookstore. or a magazine store, you should be left alone. Or like imagine going to an art gallery and some random person asks you, hey, what's this painting about? It's like, bitch, you got your smartphone, why don't you fucking Google it? What are you asking me for? Google it yourself. Why are you asking me what the fucking painting's about? Do you know what I mean? And if you don't understand it, just look at it like we're all doing, pretend you get it, and then go home. This whole flipping involving everybody in your things is just annoying. It drives me fucking insane. People coming up to you, oh, can you spot me? Why am I spotting you? Why are you trying to lift 400 pounds in here, sir? Why? Why are you trying to lift 400 pounds? You're a regular dude with a regular job like all of us. You're just here trying to get, trying to look the best that you can naked and with clothes on. Why do you need to be able to lift 400 pounds, sir? Why? Imagine if none of us were here. What then would you do? Come on, man. Lift weights within your range. If you cannot lift it within your range, please take the flipping plates off and do what you can do. But tapping people, asking them for flipping spots is annoying. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Like, you have to, the worst is when somebody asks you to spot them and they want to do like a back squat. So now you have to get next to this person, guy or girl, and like put your hands next to them, come up behind them like you're trying to get them back shots or something, and then do this whole like, oh yeah, let me just, come on, man. You don't know me, I don't know you. Why are we this close together in a fucking gym, surrounded by all this heavy equipment? Why are we doing this? Why? Anyway, maybe I'm a Grinch. Who knows? Let's move on from that one. I absolutely hate people asking for spots. So I leave people alone. Talking about spots. If you ever needed any indication or any idea or any example as to how freaky Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, is, this whole affair of him having his absolute cheeks out on the boat whilst he's getting a bit of sloppy toppy from the wife should tell you everything you need to know. We all thought that Kanye thing saying that he's a freak was a joke, but actually, having seen the pictures now that have been circulating all over social media, we now know that Kanye is a legitimate freak. Imagine being Kanye, right? One of the most famous people in the world, even though he's in far-flung Italy somewhere where most likely they don't have the issue of paparazzi that they have probably in America and whatnot, and maybe even in the UK. You'd imagine if you're Ye, you're still going to get papped. You're still going to get people following you around. You're still going to be happening. So to be that person, go to Italy thinking you're going to be incognito and then deciding, hey, wifey, would you mind giving me a bit of sloppy toppy on the boat whilst the paps are around and other boats are passing you by, is some freaky ass shit. Like, he is into some freaky ass shit. Yeah, he is. But maybe there is something in being on a boat and getting some sloppy toppy from the wife. I personally, I don't know if I'm a prude in this regard, but I think there should be some level of decorum when it comes to it being your wife. I think if it's some slosh or some slozzer or some fucking streetwear fucking lot lizard somewhere that you meet and you want to finger blast them in the queue as you're about to head into Supreme, fair enough. But I think, doing that publicly with your wife is a little bit mad, especially at his age, especially considering he's got like 500 kids and shit. It's a bit weird, it's a little bit strange. That's the only thing I'd say. But I'll also give him a bly and I'll say to him, I don't think he was getting sloppy toppy. That's what I'm going to say. I don't think he was getting sloppy toppy. I think maybe he was sitting down and, when you get a bit older, you don't have good spatial awareness. So maybe, he didn't notice that his fucking trousers were all the way down. You can see his arse cheeks. Maybe he didn't notice that. And his wife was just resting her arms inside his legs. She kind of looks like she's doing something here, right? Looks like she's grabbing the back of her head or the back, or something else. She's maybe looking for a handle to hold on to. I'm not too sure. But maybe this is very, it's a chill thing that just got caught at a bad angle. Sometimes when you catch people at, I think there's a meme I saw on Twitter the other day of this clip of a guy running down the street, and I think the voiceover said it's all about the angle or something. And in one clip, the guy's running, and it looks like he's running and trying to run into this woman that he wants to steal something from. Then for another clip, it looks like he's going to run after somebody who's further down the road with a suitcase. Then another clip, it looks like, for another angle, it looks like he's going to steal the person's suitcase. Then for another angle, you can see that he's trying to push the guy out of the way because some bricks are going to fall on his head. So it's all about angles. Sometimes angles can give you a different idea of what's going on. So I think this might be one of those things. This might be one of those situations where the angle makes it look a bit more risque than what it was. But considering that Ye and Bianca Censori have been out around in Italy, gallivanting around the streets, you know, her basically wearing next to nothing and him walking around the streets barefooted, I'm not surprised this type of stuff is happening, to be fair. I just think, for me personally, if that person's your wife, I think this sort of freaky shit you do when you're courting, but then once this person's your wife, I don't know, finger blasting your wife somewhere in the cinema, or like, you know, getting sloppy toppy in the car park before your kids come out of school is a bit crazy, you know? I think if that's someone that you don't really know too well, it's all well and good. But I think if that's your wife, it seems a little bit nuts personally. But again, I could be wrong, you know, I could be the one talking out my ass here. But thankfully, we got some blurred pictures here. We got some pictures of Kanye bending over, giving his wifey a little bit of a kiss there. We continue on. We got them again. You know, she doesn't look, because I don't know, maybe I watched too many flipping, you know, adult movies, but she doesn't look like she's got that crying, those ladies that do those adult entertainment movies when they got mascara, it looks like it's all kind of leaking down their face after they participate in some of those adult activities. She doesn't look disheveled. Her hair looks in place, you know, everything else around her mouth looks pretty much where it should be. So I don't think anything happened. I just think they were, you know, doing, you know, crazy, because there's a window right there too. So I don't think Ye would have been dumb enough to do that on a boat with a window right here. There's a window on the boat right here that you can kind of see everything's happening with. But you know, maybe something was going on, I don't know. But look at this angle. This angle's hilarious. It's him bending over to talk to her or whatever he's doing, and then there's scores of tourists on the boat behind him taking pictures. And the driver of the boat also looking at them. So Ye's got to be super freaky, because he was, if you believe the story, he was getting soppy toppy from his wife on a boat in a very public canal in front of some random woman who's sitting here. There's a woman there, right? There's a random woman sitting there, and in front of the flipping boat driver guy. That's a little bit much. And also in front of this whole queue, this whole crowd of people. So either Ye is a super exhibitionist, or this is just a real bad angle, right? But I don't think he's into exhibition stuff, personally, for me speaking, but I could be wrong. But yeah, you know, they were out there having fun, having a good time. Are these other pictures going to load up and see? We can't see the rest of them for some reason. Come on, bruh. Where is it going? Yeah, there they are. They were having a good time, gallivanting around town. I love Ye's outfit, actually. I like that he's oscillating between having bare feet and also wearing black socks, because I guess he's into this whole like minimalist, not wearing shoes thing. And I like that he's wearing all black every single day with just a blazer and no t-shirt and stuff, and these big yoga type pants, whatever he's got on, and obviously putting the t-shirt over his face like a mask. That's pretty cool. Not too sure where this jacket's from. Looks like it could be Balenciaga, could be Diesel, but that looks cool. She looks really good in her looks. I think she's been styled really well, to be fair, the entire time he's been with her. They look really great there. Yay, with his fucking, you know, bum out again. There's the other lady that's been traveling around with them in Italy. I don't really know who she is. Again, another picture of them behind on the boat, and then Ye again with that sick Jesus piece. That Jesus piece I'm loving though. I forgot who it's by. I think someone posted it on social who this Jesus piece is by, but it's fucking beautiful. It's got a nice pearly looking necklace, and then I think the Jesus piece is made out of silver and white diamonds and stuff. It looks absolutely incredible. I'm a real big fan of it. But yeah, Ye and his wife out here in the mean streets of Italy, or the mean lakes of Italy, on a Mina boat, getting some sloppy toppy, enjoying oneself and living the life of luxury as one does. You cannot complain about that. You cannot complain. Jesus Christos. Absolute tatters on that, innit? Absolute tatters. But yeah. And then we got another picture here, of course, of them leaving the Balenciaga store in Florence. Ye's definitely pushing this whole no shoes thing, which I'm a big fan of, because I think I mentioned it before in the pod. There was a time in my life when I did adopt this as well as a sort of as a practice, I guess, where I think the reason why is because I was reading this book called Supple Leopard by Kelly Starrett, And the idea behind it was to kind of give you good range of motion. So it's about, you know, range of motion exercises, opening up your ankles, opening up your hips, your glutes, and whatever it may be. Learning how to squat properly. And then the idea behind it was that, you know, the squat was one of those movements that you do, the air squat with your heels on the floor and your kind of your knees spread out as wide as possible. That was one movement you could do that would kind of transfer to different type of movements. So it would then make you an efficient runner, it'd make you an efficient jumper, you could press, you could push, pull, whatever, all through the basis of just being able to kind of squat properly. And there was a bit of the program on the Supple Leopard, if you read it, where I think it kind of advocates for reclaiming your feet. And the idea behind it is that in that case direct book is that when we put our feet in like modern day shoes, they're usually elevated, so your feet don't get a chance to sort of like calcify and to, most importantly, have an arch right on the instep. And that's something I used to suffer from because I was quite flat-footed before I used to read that book. And obviously when I used to run a lot, being flat-footed, having no arch, and then running like 20 miles a week, when I'd finish, I'd get these horrible sharp pains of tendonitis, I think it's called. What's it called? Tendonitis, I think it's called tendonitis, when you get the sharp pain at the bottom of the feet. And usually that bottom of the feet pain, it comes from like, there's like these tendons in your foot that kind of form like a triangle. And basically the practice that he had in the book was to kind of reclaim your feet by not wearing shoes as much as possible. Brandon saying it was gout, and it wasn't gout. You not wearing your shoes as much as possible. And the idea behind it was that if you walked around with just your feet, the tendons in your feet would get a bit stronger because you'd end up gripping loads of different parts of the ground to keep you kind of stable, that you also take for granted because you always got your foot in trainers. So long story short, they would say, hey, try and spend as much time as possible out of shoes. And then, you know, so that your feet can get stronger. And the idea behind it would be like your toes would open up, they'd get less bunched up because you're not got them in shoes. You know, bunions will clear up and stuff. You develop an arch and blah, blah. And I have to be honest, it helped. But I remember this one time I did try in my local area, which is incredibly rough. The ends I live in is not the most progressive area in the world, right? And I remember popping out to my local off license to get a drink, and I was wearing, you know, what I usually flipping wear, you know, a decent trendy streetwear shirt, some shorts on or whatnot. And then I walked out just with no shoes. And the reaction I got from people looking at me, like, it's interesting what not wearing shoes does to people's perception of you. Just not, you know, you could wear everything on top. Like, for instance, Kanye's outfit here could be worth 10 grand. This all black outfit, it could be worth 5 grand. It could be all designer. But just the fact that he's got no shoes on, people immediately think you're some sort of like crackhead, that you've got some sort of issues, that you need some help, that you're struggling, whatever. People immediately think that. There's something about showing your feet, especially in the city. People just don't like it. It just comes across a bit weird. It doesn't resonate well. So I remember just having that feeling of like, I wouldn't even say it was shame. You just felt like people were taking pity on you. People were concerned. People were maybe mocking you. But it definitely didn't feel good. Let me tell you that. So I tried it once and I just kind of stopped. And then what I ended up doing going forward as like a middle ground, I did what they kind of prescribed in the book, where I just basically went and bought 0 drop shoes. And the idea behind 0 drop shoes is that they'd have 0 drop. So the whole outsole would just be one level. There'd be no kind of like, it wouldn't sort of, you know, the height wouldn't go up around the heel like regular shoes would. And the idea behind that was that would also kind of replicate the feeling of not wearing shoes, and kind of strengthen all the tendons in the soles of your feet. In the end, it worked, because now when I run, I have no issues with, you know, tendonitis or whatever it's called. Is it tendonitis? Is that what it's called? I think it's called tendonitis. I'm pretty sure. Is it tendonitis? Yeah, I have no issue with tendonitis in my foot. Everything feels pretty cool, and you know, I don't really complain about that shit anymore. So big up Ye for kind of spearheading this movement, and hopefully this is going to be something that we'll see going forward. But I also think it's something that you can only do when you're fucking rich and famous, you know. And there's something a bit different about him stepping out of fucking Balenciaga into a waiting Uber barefooted than there is me going to my local office to buy a fucking Magnum or something. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't hit the same. it doesn't hit the same, you know? I can pop out downstairs to go get a Magnum or to go get a fucking Kronenberg or to go get some other drink, a Calypso or some shit, my bare feet, and people will think I need help. But if you're stepping out of Balenciaga having spent, you know, 100 grand, it probably hits a bit different. No one really cares about it, especially if you're followed by someone that looks like that coming out of the store as well. Do you know what I mean? It kind of hits a bit different than what I was trying to do when I was out there. But hey, what can you do? Big up yay, big up yay. Moving on from that, I quickly went to mention this. I was kind of surprised, to be honest, reading this. This is courtesy of, I'm going to just read the post and then I'm going to show you some other pictures on the screen. But this is courtesy of the Berghain subreddit. And this is kind of comforting in one way as well, but it's also a little bit surprising. So I had no idea how much, you know, Berghain DJs get paid, because generally I don't give a fuck, right? And until I'm the one playing there, I'm not really trying to find out how much these guys getting paid. It's not really that important. But somebody did start a thread about it, talking about the payments on DJs, and it kind of brought up an interesting point here, because we've found out roughly what the figure is, and it's a lot less than you would probably imagine, but it does make a lot of sense if you think about it. So a few people have been saying on a thread, let me read it. One person said here, every DJ who plays at Berghain gets 600 euros, no matter who you are. But I think 99% of DJs who play there play for free, except for the residents who probably get a monthly income. And now another person said it's somewhere around the 700 euros mark. And another person here says, yes, you can do between 4 to 8 gigs per month, so like 3,600 euros. But I guess in cash, other clubs pay differently. I know Fabric, which is in London, is paying up to 4K per gig, but it's with an invoice. If you want to live professional as a DJ, you need to do have different revenue streams, blah, 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 blah. So the point in question here is that Berghain allegedly pays anywhere between 600 euros to 700 euros for DJs to play, which I think is fairly cool, because what it ends up doing is that what you end up seeing now with that fee, because most of the people that play there are usually very well known in their field, and you'd imagine outside of Berghain they probably command DJ fees way above 600 euros. So the fact that they're all willingly and happily, happy to play in such a place for such less money shows you the cachet the club has. But what it also does, I feel like, it kind of reminds me a little bit of what happens with photographers, if I'm not mistaken. Big photographers, especially fashion photographers, they usually get paid their main sort of like chunk of money from like doing big campaigns for like H&M, Uniqlo and all this malarkey. Usually the campaigns are non-credited, so you don't have an idea who took the pictures, but these big photographers do them. But then the stuff they do in magazines, like editorial shoots, they usually don't pay that well, but they're an opportunity for you to experiment, try new things out, get a bit creative, maybe work with a team you always wanted to work with and whatnot, and kind of, live artistically through that magazine. So I think the DJ world kind of works the same way. When you go to play at Berghain, most likely you're going to get a 4-hour DJ slot minimum. And then you're also going to be able to play at one of the most popular clubs in the world with an incredible kind of fan base and, clubbers that go there who are very receptive, very open to hearing new and interesting stuff. You can go there and try new and interesting stuff and really take some chances with your set. So all those things are kind of pros that make the fact that they give you only 600 euros not matter that much, because, it's the privilege and it's the honor of playing in that club. You get to take one of these, cool pictures outside that, proves that you kind of played there and stuff. You get to, have a nice, cute little caption that you put up on there and stuff. So it kind of makes all that stuff kind of worthwhile going forward. And I feel like that is maybe a better balance, and probably kind of explains why the club has been able to survive so long and still be a place where people kind of look forward to going to, because they've never entered the race of trying to pay people as much as possible to get them booked, Like that's probably what they've done. They've never played that game. So if you're a big DJ and you want to get booked to big money, you go to your Ibifas, you go to all the other places around the world that pay those gigs. But then you also, if you want to play for the heads, you want to kind of connect to the community, whatever it may be, to the scene, you go to places like Berghain and kind of play there. And then you kind of do that for the love of it, or whatever it may be, for the look. And then you kind of can go from there. And also I'd imagine if you played for free one time and you're impressed, there's an opportunity that you might get seen by loads loads of other bookers from all around the world, because whenever I'm doing my weekend little peruse around people who've kind of been there and checking out their stories and whatnot, sometimes you'll find random people from random places around the world, you know, bookers especially, who kind of go there just to kind of scope out new talent. Maybe they're in a city to see new talent, or they specifically go there to see them. So there's opportunity to do that. So you can always play for free, but also get a lot in the back end going forward. So I kind of like that when I kind of found out that information, that they pay so little, you know, comparatively to other clubs, but it also kind of shows their understanding, you know, their understanding of their place in the scene, and knowing kind of, you know, how it's kind of go on for the future. So I'm a big fan of that. Love to see it, and hoping that it can long continue, and they don't try and get into the rat race of trying to pay people crazy amounts to get them booked, because at the moment it kind of works what they're kind of doing at the moment. It kind of makes a lot of sense, and it can act as a sort of springboard for people to kind of go on and do other interesting things going forward. So big up Berghain for that. Love to hear that kind of new information. It kind of makes things worthwhile. Then I want to talk about these quickly before they go into the Tremaine stuff. I was fortunate and very lucky enough, and I think this is again a further example of just maybe how big Supreme has become over the years. I first started buying, I don't know when I started buying Supreme, many years ago. And I remember when I first started buying Supreme, the only way to kind of get it was through proxies. You'd essentially have to contact somebody who lived next to a Supreme store, or who could order it for you online. They'd have to send it to you. That's the only way you could actually get it. There wasn't any stores in London that sold it. Maybe for a brief time, Hideout may have done something. There might have been some consignment stores, that had some bits and pieces. Maybe the old vintage store had some old bits and pieces, but to get new stuff that was released at that time, you have to kind of get it via proxy. And usually, for me, what I'd used to do, because I was fairly well known on a few forums like Super Future and Fifth Dimension and Crooked Tongues and FUK.UK and stuff, I had the ability to maybe contact a few people to get them to get me stuff. But then what I'd usually do to make it easy is I would usually always go for things that weren't too hyped. So you'd go for a jacket that people didn't really give a shit about, a hoodie that wasn't a box logo. You'd go for, like, you know, random hats, random bags, and usually people would be more than willing to happy to get that for you, because it didn't require them having to queue up super long to get it. So all that to say, it was always a bit of a hassle to kind of get Supreme. Then obviously it blows up, it becomes super big, everyone becomes fans of it, they open up stores around the world, they accept investment from VF Corp, and obviously now it's kind of gone into overdrive. And I feel like now with all the new stores opening, it feels like with each store opening, there's an increase in the amount of SKUs that they have, or the quantity of SKUs of each SKU. So now there's more stuff being made to kind of fulfill demand, and to obviously stock up, and to obviously fill up the shelves of each store. So I feel like now is probably the best and worst time to buy Supreme. Worst because everyone wears it, right? Supreme it's no more a counterculture underground brand anymore. It's now the mainstream. It's basically, Supreme is of the level, like it's kind of like the streetwear equivalent of like wearing, I don't know, Obey or something, right? It's not that, it's obviously not as corny as Obey, but it's like of that level of kind of notoriety, like everyone knows what it is. So in that regard, it's a bit, it's not the coolest thing to wear anymore. But if you still like the product like I do, because I feel like in each season there's always about 60% of stuff that I would easily wear, which I think is a really good percentage for a streetwear company that essentially just makes the same things all the time: hoodies, t-shirts, jeans, hats and shit. It's also the best time to get it because the quantities are increased. So I was able to earlier on, well, yesterday actually, I was able to get both the flipping highs of the Rammellzee Supreme Dunks and also the lows. I got both pairs with ease. No bots, no nothing. Just ordering it from my phone. Simple, easy peasy. Got both of them in a size 10, so I'm looking forward to getting them when they do land. It's been a long time since I've worn dunks. I'm not the biggest dunk guy. Personally, I kind of detest them, to be completely fair. But, if it being a Supreme collaboration, with it being a Rammellzee shoe, which I've always been a fan of him anyway in terms of an artist and stuff, and in terms of the colorways too, I feel like the high is obviously the standout for me. I feel like this type of shape, I would get a lot more wear out of them on a day-to-day basis in terms of wearing them with shorts and some of my cargos and whatnot. But I feel like day-to-day, because I've been cycling a lot more than I was before in the past, I feel like the dunk lows will also be something that I would also get a lot of wears out, because from what I've seen from people outside and stuff, as much as I don't like dunk SB lows, they look less fat than they were before. they're not. I don't know. I remember when I used to buy a lot of Dunk SBs, they kind of had a very big, wide, chunky feel to them. I feel like now the toes kind of been a bit slimmed out a little bit. Obviously, they still got the fat tongue, but this front bit, which would essentially be, you know, the bit that will pop into my clips, or the bit that might, you know, rub up against some grip tape if you're skating and shit. I feel like this has been slimmed out a little bit. It's a bit flatter than it was in the past. So I feel like these will make for some actual good everyday cycling shoes or stuff just to kind of beat around. Because as much as I like, because at the moment now my day-to-day kind of like, you know, Vans I wear kind of Vans day to day, especially if I'm cycling. These little brain dead Vans I bought from Goodhood in the sale, but you know, Vans, I've not worn them in a long time and they're extremely uncomfortable. I feel like you feel every little pebble on the street. So, you know, I'm not going to wear Air Force Ones with my fucking bike or my fixie. So I think the nice little middle ground between a Vans and an Air Force One is these Dunks. So I'm looking forward to wearing these day-to-day cycling and shit and beating them up a bit, because I feel like this suede, once it's worn in, and even some of the materials here on the side, once it's all kind of got a bit weathered and shit, I think all of that is going to really, really help to kind of, you know, to kind of make everything look a bit more worn, look a bit more worn in, sorry, and really nice when I wear them day to day. But I was just surprised that I'll be able to get them with no bots, no nothing. I woke up at like a decent time, had my phone in my hand, just quickly put them in my basket, and it kind of went really quickly, and went through really quickly, sorry, which I think is more of an evidence that, you know, Supreme's become incredibly popular over the years, and they probably made way more of these than people actually realize, because, you know, they had to fulfill the, you know, the fucking need of each stores and also whatever online stock that they had. And usually from my experience, you know, from my experience anyway, online stock is different from the one they have on the retail stores. Honestly, usually, from what I know, but I don't know if I'm maybe mistaken, but I know from usually they have a separate inventory for online, a separate inventory for their retail store. So they probably had a lot of these available, but I was able to get them without any hassle. From checking on social, a lot of people got them too without any hassle. But one thing I was curious about, the resale hasn't been that high, man. The resale's pretty decent, to be fair. I feel like, so if you weren't able to buy them outright, if you check on StockX, the latest price now for the same size that I purchased, in like a size 10, right? Yeah, size 10, it's £335, which I know it's not 128, don't get me wrong, but I just mean more so if you're somebody that isn't bothered about spending double to get the thing that you need, you know, I think spending £335 on this pair isn't too bad. You know, that's a good thing about it. Yo, big up Austin Case. Big up, who's this?
Rammellzee. Big fan, never met him. Azino.
Sanity, big up. Big up Sanity for the $2. No, for the $3. Sorry there. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, big fan, never met him. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. But yeah, I like them. And 300 is not too shabby, I think, as a price to get them in your hands if you don't want to wait around and, you know, do the whole bot thing or sit on your phone and refresh all the time. So it's 300 for the lows so far, and then on StockX for the highs. So it's proof that I think we all thought the same, because I felt like the lows were the standout pair personally, especially with the black, you know, with a black toe box, a black midsole, and a gum outsole. But it looks like people aren't fans of the highs, because the highs are only going for £236. So clearly the highs are the less popular version of these shoes, which I think is odd, because I still think they look pretty sick. But the highs so far, £236. So again, just a bit under double that you could pay if you do want to purchase them after the fact. So they're available there to still get, which is pretty cool. Nice to see that. It doesn't, you know, they ain't sold out or anything. They're not like crazy high expensive, so you can't purchase them. They're still within a relative range, so maybe these make a lot of sense. But I'm happy to get them. I can't wait to get them when they do eventually land. And yeah, I'm gonna get a lot of wears out of these, obviously day to day on my bike. But I'm looking forward to wearing the whites also with a pair of shorts and whatnot and cargos when that eventually happens. So big up Supreme for having loads of stock. Big up Supreme for having loads of stock. Anyway, moving on. So let's get into the Tremaine stuff. So as most of you guys know, Tremaine Emory decided recently to step down from Supreme. News that kind of shook my side of the internet, because it felt like only recently did he get hired at Supreme as creative director. It was actually a really, really big deal that he got hired there because of his, relative inexperience in fashion, and the fact that he was somebody quite well known within the scene and whatnot, and his friendship with Virgil and work with Ye and stuff and Frank Ocean. It seemed like a big deal when it actually happened. And it seemed like he had a lot of kind of interesting things in the works that he kind of wanted to do. Anyway, long story short, I didn't really see the kind of break happening so soon. I think some other people who were maybe paying closer attention did, and some Supreme fans were basically saying that the brand had somewhat fallen off ever since he joined, which I think is a little bit unfair, because it's really difficult to kind of pinpoint what he actually was responsible for and what he actually had a hand in designing, unless you were in-house at Supreme and you knew what he did, because usually creative director roles are a bit broad and sometimes vague in terms of their actual job description. Some creative directors, know how to draw. Some of them don't. Some of them just lead. Some of them are good. Some of them are good delegators. Some of them are good leaders. Some of them are good hands-on, designers. It really just depends on the person and the role that they're in. But that being said, a lot of Supreme fans weren't too happy with his appointment. Maybe it might have to do with the fact that they weren't really big fans of Denim Tears, and they thought maybe he'd bring across some of that aesthetic into Supreme. Who really knows? Either way, some of those people weren't surprised when he did eventually end up walking away. Now, when I made the clip, or when I spoke about it previously in my last podcast, I was saying that I was hoping that it was more so a performance issue, as much as that would have been embarrassing for Tremaine, because it would mean that you weren't up to scratch and you weren't able to basically do, I think, which is kind of an easy job if you already have a brand, is to basically be the creative director of Supreme. If you already have your own brand, basically lending a hand and adding ideas to and expounding on wherever they already have at Supreme, when all of it just requires you to do t-shirt graphics and hoodies and whatnot and some jeans and jackets. It shouldn't be too difficult. But at the time when I mentioned it, I said it would be better for him if it was just like, okay, cool, it didn't work out, lesson learned, this is my lessons learned, this is what the lessons I've kind of learned during the time that I was there that could help other designers coming up, blah, 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 blah. And I was kind of hesitant to say that I hoped it wouldn't be something that he'd try and blame on institutional racism or systemic racism or whatever that sort of stuff, right? Because that would then just make it an unfortunate incident, and it would kind of take away from the role and what he kind of did there, and obviously the fantastic fall winter collection, and it would turn the conversation into a whole different thing. Well, unfortunately, Tremaine did explain a little bit more, a day later, actually, what actually went on, and he provided some information as to what went on. So big up to the person that commented on the original video. I took a screenshot of the comment here, but they took a screen grab, or they copied, I think, the text from one of the articles where he basically explains the exact reason why he left Supreme. So this is courtesy of the article. It says, in an article from Business of Fashion that was posted an hour ago, Tremaine alleges systemic racism on Supreme's part. Supreme's creative director Tremaine Emory is exiting the streetwear giant after a year and a half in a role over allegations that systemic racism was at play within the structure of Supreme. According to a letter of resignation seen by a BOF, a representative of Supreme confirmed the departure. Emory was Supreme's first ever creative director and first major appointment since it was acquired by North Face owner VF Corp in 2020 in a deal that valued the streetwear brand at $2.1 billion. Previously, creative decision making was steered primarily by founder James Jebbia. The news that Emory was leaving the label was first reported by streetwear title Complex, citing anonymous sources. Emory's decision to leave Supreme centered around senior management inability to communicate with him about the cancellation of a long-planned fashion collaboration with major Black American artist Arthur Jaffa. Offer full visibility to the reason behind it. According to Emory's resignation letter, this caused, a quote, it says, "This caused me great amount of distress, as well as the belief that systemic racism was at play within the structures of Supreme. The company said the collaboration hasn't been cancelled, though it has yet to be released." That's a hilarious line, isn't it? It's not cancelled, but it's not coming out. While we take these concerns seriously, we strongly disagree with Tremaine's characterization of our company and the handling of the Arthur Jaffa project, which has not been cancelled. This was the first time in 30 years where the company brought in a creative director, and we are disappointed it did not work out with Tremaine, and we wish him the best of luck going forward. So basically it's saying this is the first time in 30 years anyone's ever accused of racism, and also best of luck, pal. I mean, we wish you well. So Tremaine is basically blaming systemic racism for the reason why it didn't work out with Supreme. To me, that's hella disappointing, because I feel like, you know, accusing Supreme of racism is like accusing Berghain of homophobia. It's an insane hill to die on. Really, really is an insane hill to die on, especially once you dig into a bit of the details. So let's dig into some of the details. So if you actually go to Tremaine Emory's Instagram account, he provided some flipping context as to what went on, some screen flipping, some receipts, as the kids say on the internet, of his text with none other than flipping James Jebbia, right? The very elusive James Jebbia. Like, we hardly hear James Jebbia talk. You hardly see him anywhere. He's very private, but somehow in 2023, we've gotten, screenshots of text messages between Tremaine and James Jebbia. Absolutely hilarious. But the first sort of indication as to what, the temperature was with Tremaine and what happened with Supreme was this insane picture that he took, that he thought that was a flex, that I thought was absolutely hilarious, which is this picture here. It features a picture of an individual that has the book White Fragility. It may be Tremaine himself, tucked into his jeans, in front of a very nice belt, probably some very trendy trousers, and whatever it may be. And the caption is what really, really gets me, right? The caption says as follows. So before I get into what I've been forced to speak on in these next few posts about Supreme New York, I'm recommending y'all read this book for a better understanding of what systemic racism is and how it affects people of all colors who live in this white male patriarchal system that was built to only benefit white heterosexual males since the inception of America, and even further back into European colonialism. And the book itself that he's referencing is a book called White Fragility by a lady called, what's her name? Something, Angelo something. I forgot her name, but it doesn't matter. I've actually read this book, right? I'm actually one of the losers out there that spent their time reading this book when it actually did drop. I think it dropped, if I'm not mistaken, around the same time of the riots in America, via the death of the unfortunate death of or murder actually of George Floyd. And this book came around the same sort of time. And it's funny that he says, if you want to get a better understanding of systemic racism, read this book, because this actual book, if you actually read it, it reads more like a HR manual for corporations to sort of get a handle on like understanding the black lived experience, which is hilarious because the author herself isn't black, she's white as fuck. So this white as fuck woman wrote this book as an effort to sort of like, allow white people to maybe understand the plight of black people and how hard it is for us allegedly to maneuver within the corporate world, and essentially paints us as perpetual victims. That's what we are in this book. We're just perpetual victims. We have no, we're always in a state of anxiety and trepidation. We don't know how to move, how to talk, how to function without our masters kind of telling us what to do and making things all right by giving us, swanky jobs with nice titles and nice salaries. That's basically what the book kind of basically says. It's absolutely hilarious. So using this book as a framework to sort of launch as a launch pad for your argument told me everything about the issues at hand personally that was going on there. Again, like I said, it's a white woman wrote this book, and then now you're saying that this book is the best description of systemic racism. Anyway, we continue. The next screenshot features here a screenshot that features I'm guessing Tremaine with a few other people in a group chat. Maybe James Jebbia is included also. And from what we've been led to assume here, if you go back to the original screenshot here, there's a section in this caption where Tremaine says he's basically been forced into this. Like, he didn't want this to be known. He kind of wanted to leave under the, he kind of wanted to leave under the banner of creative differences or whatever it may have been. I don't think it said a reason, but he wanted it to be something that, everyone knew that he stepped down, he wasn't fired. But he also, I don't think, never went to explain why. I don't think his goal was ever to explain so far. I don't know if this is true, but he did leave a bit of a hint here. He said in this original caption with the White Fragility book, he said, so before I get into what I've been forced to speak on. So he's basically felt like somebody has forced him to speak on it. So maybe somebody leaked the information as to why he got fired, and then he was asked to clarify. And then that made him have to kind of, address the reasons why he eventually ended up walking away, not getting fired, sorry, walking away. So this might be the reason why. So we got a bit of context there. So if we go to this screenshot here, or this post, you see here a screen grab of some messages. So you see a screen grab of a SMS message group chat he's in, which features a DM from Instagram from Complex Style, which has reached out to him to ask him certain things about what happened when in terms of leaving. And the caption says as follows. So over the last few weeks after resigning, I fought tooth and nail into the 25th hour with C-suite of Supreme to align with them on a statement to press, explaining that I left Supreme because of systemic racial issues the company has from the treatment of Alpha Jaffa. Okay, this sentence is crazy. I left Supreme because of systemic racial issues the company has from the treatment of Alpha Jaffa collab to the makeup of the design studio that has less than 10% minorities working when the brand is largely based off black culture. Ask someone called Julian Can, ask someone called Kyle Dem, and Alex Dietrich. So he's actually tagging and naming people, right? First and last names. Crazy. They were all on the text messages, and Kyle was on the calls until I told him I can't align on a statement that doesn't cite systemic racism, and was asked to tell Complex a racist incident didn't happen, and if they report that we can't put out a statement with you because that will be the story. I refused to. Kyle said we will call you back on Tuesday night, and y'all never did, so it's tragically ironic y'all three left me hanging. So I'm guessing those guys all work for Supreme. Julian, Kyle, and this Alex person. That's what I'm basically getting from this. Kyle said we will call you back on Tuesday night, and y'all never did, so it's tragically ironic y'all three left me hanging. Kyle, on that call, you said we want you to tell your story with us. You're the best storyteller I know. Well, you're gonna get a story. So from what we can assume here from this caption, Tremaine was working with Supreme to sort of like draft a press release to put out there as to why he left Supreme. But the actual real reason why he felt like he left Supreme was because of systemic racism. Supreme clearly didn't agree with that characterization, so they couldn't come to a agreement. In between that time, the news comes out anyway, they have to confirm it. But then I guess Complex Style here in this actual post, if you see here, they reach out to Tremaine a couple of times. He doesn't reply, but they reach out to him here and say, hey, we've received reports from verified sources that you left Supreme. We wanted to be able to confirm it or deny. Thank you. He didn't reply. Then they got another post here. Complex reached out to him and said, hey, we want to follow up. A source has confirmed that you are leaving Supreme because of a racist incident. We are moving forward with the story and would love for you to comment. Even if it's off the record, we wouldn't cite you as a source. So clearly the word had already got out there. So they were trying to get in front of it. They couldn't agree. Then the word gets out there because people in streetwear are fucking chatty catties and gossips and stuff. So it got out there one way or the other. And then they were trying to make it right. And then it continues here. Complex reaches out again. They reached, that's the same one I said, I think. Oh yeah, that's the same one, sorry. And he obviously posts that on the text message thread. Then he says, case in point, that's today, been thinking a bunch, lets me call, so they don't call him back. So essentially, he probably feels a little bit like, he got his arm bent around his back because he didn't, they couldn't agree on the press release. It then gets out, and then Supreme aren't willing to sort of like stand behind it or endorse it or anything like it. I guess it makes whatever it makes, right? Then the last one we got here is the funnier one. This is the best one. This is courtesy of Tremaine again. The last kind of post that kind of adds more context to why he stepped down from Supreme. It features a screen grab of a text message that he has with James Jebbia, the founder of Supreme. And the caption says as follows. So Tuesday after I resigned, James Jebbia pulled up to my crib. The text above was sent by him after leaving my crib. And we talked about why I resigned. The head of HR was there, and a woman from VF Corp was listening in on Zoom. Imagine that scene. Imagine you invite James Jebbia into your house, somebody else from HR, and there's a representative of VF Corp on the fucking phone as you guys are speaking, on loudspeaker on the table as you guys are speaking about your issues you're having. What an insane scenario. James admitted He should have talked to me about the cancelling images for the Jaffa collab, because one of a few black employees who ironically has quit Supreme before I did, partially because of his treatment due to systemic issues by Supreme, his words not mine, in the design studio, didn't think that we should be putting out this collab because of the depiction of black men were being hung, and that the freed slave Gordon picture with his whiplashes on the back. James agreed there should have been more discourse about the project, with me being that I was the creative director and that I am black. That little reminder. Supreme statement in BOF article is a lie to hide the systemic racism that lies deep within Supreme and almost all white owned corporations. That's hilarious, man. So why did you take the job then if they're all white man bad? This is anyway. I wanted to work with Supreme to change these things, and instead I was told I was racially charged, emotional, and using the wrong forum by bringing up systemic racism in a meeting when I was asked if we should work with a black female artist while this Jaffa project was secretly shut down without anyone talking to me. That's why I resigned. James agreed with all my points and said he's going to change Supreme. He's got to stand on what he said to me, and the whole C-suite and head of design got to stand on what was said. Bloody hell, he's even tagging Erin. Erin's been at Supreme. I know her because she's like an OG. She had a brand called Made Me. He's even tagging Erin. Fucking hell. Erin, Made Me, Kyle, Julian, some person called Electromagnetic Studio. I got a full clip of receipts. Plus, you can all talk to what other people of color that work in the studio about their experience, as it's as valid as mine. I just have a platform to speak that most people of color in America don't. This nigga thinks he's on CNN. Okay, cool. And then the screenshot of the text message says as follows. You got James Jebbia saying here, to him, thank you for having the time to talk to you. You spoke all truths and opened my eyes to the important issues that have to be addressed. It was great seeing you too. And he says, thank you, James. I'm so happy we talked. Great seeing you as well. So you got fired from a systemically racist company. You then invite the systemically racist founder of this company to your home, and you're giving him all these like thank yous and licking his ass on a goodbye on a text message. It's a bit weird, isn't it? If that's the energy you have, really. But hey, what do I know? It continues. Alpha Jaffa, NBA Youngboy, damn, that's how it should have happened. Exactly. I don't know. Anyway, cool. So that's basically the kind of crux of where we're at, right? He thinks that Supreme is a systemically racist brand. So let's start off by showing it from Tremaine's angle. I can understand if you're Tremaine going to Supreme and feeling like you could get all the shit off that you wanted to get off somewhere like there, because over the years, Supreme have always been really cool about, you know, injecting some socially, racial, politically charged pieces here and there without really saying much about them. Maybe it's through a piece of artwork. I've got a particular hat that I've worn into the ground that says King of Kings with the African continent on the front of it. It looks pretty cool. You know, that says different things, and there's kind of, you know, MLK t-shirts and Malcolm X t-shirts and all this malarkey, right? They've been very good at doing it over the years. So I can understand why Tremaine, when he accepted the job, could think, hey, maybe I could get off the same things I'm thinking about working on Denim Tears, but other elevated ideas on this sort of super big platform, because of what they did before and their track record, right? Cool, that makes a lot of sense. I can also understand why he'd get pissed off about an idea he floated about having a collaboration with Alpha Jaffa and then not being told that it got cancelled because they weren't comfortable with doing it. They just kind of acted like it wasn't cancelled, and then at the last minute he realizes it is, even though he's working on it in real time, and it kind of makes you feel like your position has been undermined, especially if you come in as a creative director. You kind of feel like the creative director has the final say-so, with the exception of James Jebbia, right? They're sort of like a real senior figure when it comes to design and maybe collaborations and ideas and stuff. So him not being informed of those decisions, I get why it doesn't sit right. I can definitely understand that. That really would annoy me also. But all of that being said, and also, you know, all that being said, I think personally, to paint Supreme as being systemically racist because they didn't agree with your ideas or your one or two ideas is incredibly out of order. Like, that's extremely going over the top personally for me. That's a little bit you know, that's little bit OTT. I feel like if Tremaine was as creative as maybe he thinks he is, he should have been able to figure out a way to put that idea out and make other people in the studio agree that that was a cool idea. Do you know what I mean? Like you should have figured out another way to sort of like tackle that idea. If the first kind of one kind of got shut down, I don't think that was, you could just immediately after them cancelling the one idea that you don't like, immediately start crying and start painting them out to be systemic racist. That's a little bit too much, a little bit too cheeky in that regard. Then there's also fundamentally the issue that I have with it in general is that I feel like if you're going to go work for a company like that, a corporation in general, and especially you have to put everything in context. Supreme got bought out by VF Corp. Essentially, they have, James Jebbia is an employee of his own company. He has bosses to answer for. He has targets to meet and shit. You have to be mindful of those things will play a bigger role nowadays than they would maybe in the past. So maybe in the past, he could have got off the Alpha Jaffa thing with no real pushback because Supreme was kind of, semi-independent. But now that it's not, it's going to be a lot more hard. It's going to be harder, to get off some of those ideas. And I just think in terms of just just looking at it plainly, as great as Alpha Jaffa is, as much as I respect his work and I think he's, super interesting artist, he's not incredibly well known either. So even if you want to just look at it from a purely commercial point of view, and if Supreme, if you believe the reports out there that, they're not meeting targets and sales figures, all this malarkey, then it could be understandable why they'd be a little bit hesitant and resistant, on giving such an unknown quote unquote artist a chance at a collaboration when they're not sure that super racially charged depiction of art, wherever it may be, a representation on that piece would sell, or just the fact that he's not well known wouldn't sell either. Because I think back to some of the older artist collaborations that Supreme has done over the years, and I think Alpha Jaffa might be even less well known than someone like a Shaniqua Jarvis, who wasn't that well known either. I don't think, unless you're like plugged into the scene. The photographer Shaniqua Jarvis, who did some stuff for there before. I think she did the picture. I think she might have took the picture of like Lee Scratch Perry or something back in the day. People like that were quite, not that well known. There might be a few graffiti writers. I think of someone like JA1, who I'm a big fan of. I still got the hoodie actually, with it in his font written, but again, that's somebody that you had to kind of be tapped into. But I'd imagine if you like Supreme, you probably know who JA1 is. But I think Alpha Jaffa may have come in dead last in terms of notoriety and name recognition. So maybe off just that alone, they could say, hey, probably not him, choose somebody else. And there's a whole slew of other, African American artists that he could have picked from that will have maybe a bigger profile that it might have worked better with, especially if their artwork isn't as racially charged as maybe Alpha Jaffa is, or isn't as provocative as his stuff is. Maybe, I don't really know. Either way, I think throwing your toys out the pram over them just pushing back on those two ideas is insane, especially if you think about the stuff that he was thinking of doing, which kind of, I think he spoke about it here about supposedly there was this depiction of like I think there's right, there's this Nas nigga album cover, right? And I think I saw him post on his Instagram stories that he was thinking of doing something similar like this. So on Nas's album Nigga, he's got a picture of himself showing his back, and it's been covered in whiplashings that kind of spell out, that kind of mark out his name, the start of his name, N. So imagine doing this exact thing collaboration if you're Supreme, but having it be an S or something. I can understand why the people that work there in the design team were like, you know what, maybe not, maybe not, let's do that. Maybe that's not the thing that we want to be depicted on the first. And then if you think about Alpha Jaffa stuff, which I think I might have here, you look at some of the artwork that he does, you could also understand why Supreme maybe look at this stuff and think, you know what, this might not resonate with our customer base, and it also might be something that will make a lot of people uncomfortable, or it just might be something that people just won't sell as well as other pieces from other artists. And I also think about other things that I can remember from my fucking memory. If I'm not mistaken, Supreme have cancelled loads of fucking artist collaboration stuff over the years. One that sticks out from years ago might be Nate Lauerman has this particular thing. This artist Nate Lauerman has these particular sort of like designs he does where they look like gun blasts. So they look like somebody shot a car or something, or whatever. It's like a splash, like a flash. And if I'm not mistaken, they may have had some of those gun hole marks things on a t-shirt or a hoodie or something, and that got cancelled. I'm not too sure why it got cancelled, but I remember it did. I'm sure they've got some of that artwork in, I think, in a store somewhere, maybe in America. I forgot which one it was. It might be LA or something. But I think there was some clothing that came with that collection, or that was made around that time, that didn't get released because maybe they looked at it and thought it was too racially charged. Maybe it didn't sit well with them. But it happens quite honestly. It happens often. This sort of thing. It's not something that's like crazy that this sort of thing happens. So I kind of find it insane that Tremaine would see them pushing back on these ideas that are a little bit racially charged, a little bit, you know, edgy, whatever it may be, provocative, and think that it was a personal thing. If anything, I think it would have been more of a design and of a design challenge, really, to kind of go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to sort of tell this story, whatever he wants to tell, in a way that was a bit more palatable. It should be a design challenge, personally, for me. It shouldn't be something that you kind of freak out about and kind of throw your toys out of the pram about and think that, you know, essentially that means that the whole company is systemically racist. Because if you think about it, really, part of the reason why he was hired there, you would imagine, would be his race anyway. The fact that it was a creative director's role was the first one. They partly would have hired him because of that, maybe because of his friendships with the people involved in the scene, like I mentioned before, the Virgils, R.I.P., the Kanyes, and that whole clique he was coming up with. The fact that he has his own brand anyway, because on paper, I think he mentioned recently on his Instagram, Denim Tears is celebrating like 4 years of operation. So it was pretty crazy to think that somebody that has no prior experience of design or fashion prior, you know, before doing his own brand, somebody that I would say is more of an ideas guy in the same way of like a Heron Preston, like, you know, these guys who I've kind of known from afar from a long time. They never struck me as like fashion dudes or like streetwear dudes in any way, shape or form, but they're very good, you know, idea guys, connectors and stuff, you know, just cultural guys, whatever. And they were able to kind of take that, you know, that taste and kind of apply it to clothes. So for him to get that role in the first place was a big deal, I think. Right, because 4 years of experience and then getting that role at Supreme, being the first ever creative director, was a big deal. And I think maybe race did play into him getting selected for the role. That's just my personal opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? So to then get the role because of race and then get in there and complain that the place is systemically racist is a bit, I don't know. I'm not too sure if I buy that sort of shit, you know? I don't really buy it. It doesn't really make any sense. One thing I remember though, and I think it's true what he said there, and I think it's a missed opportunity. If there was the case that he walked into Supreme and I was like, whoa, this is a big shock. I'm going into the design studio or to the head office and there's only like less than 10% of people in here are minorities. This is odd because, you know, Supreme is sort of like, it kind of lauds itself on the fact that it's a sort of multicultural brand that uses a lot of like black, brown and Asian imagery or whatever, maybe Latino, whatever that is, right? That kind of New York aesthetic, right? So it's kind of a bit strange when you go into the shops, you see all these, you know, people from all around the world, but then you go to the actual head office and it's like, it's all kind of whitewashed. I can understand why that would make him feel a bit uneasy. But I also think it's his responsibility when he was in there to sort of rewrite that balance, or to readdress that balance and go and hire people to work underneath him or with him who maybe were from those backgrounds to maybe make things a little bit more balanced in the head office. And that was maybe a missed opportunity. So maybe if he was in there during that time, he could have probably done that. That would have been pretty good, personally, for me. That would have been pretty nice to see. But unfortunately, that didn't happen for whatever reason. Before I continue, let me quickly jump in to see what you guys are saying here in the chat. And then I'll go on to reading some of the comments that I've seen on Instagram, because some people have had some very interesting things to say about this sort of stuff. So let me see what you guys are saying here in the chat about this. People say unprejudiced attitude. Oh yeah, big up fashion road man. Good to see you, brother. What are you saying here to me? You're saying that Tremaine does have a tendency to cry racism at everything. It's to a point it's hard to take his accusation seriously. Yeah. I'm surprised, to be fair. I always thought Tremaine was a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more smarter than that. Like, to be a little bit like, I didn't think he was one of those type of guys that would cry racism at everything. But I think now, having looked at it, read a few of his interviews, I probably should have seen the signs of it over time. But I just think it's insane for him. He knows of the brand. he's been around the scene long enough. For him to accuse Supreme of racism is legitimately insane. I think if it was somebody that didn't really know much about the brand and came into it kind of fresh and tried to approach Denim Tears as like a quasi fashion brand and taking that where it needs to go, and didn't really have a history of being connected with the New York scene and all these kind of people around, that would make more sense. But he knows better than that. You know what I mean? He knows he's kind of out of line calling him systemically racist. So that was a bit of a shame to see. Lucid Footwear said this is a hardcore hit of truth for real. Well said on this one. Thank you, Lucid. 7 Days said he's playing racism like it's a joke. Yeah, it's annoying because even if there is racist, even if what he's saying is true, I still think there could have been more done to make it work. Like, you can work within the system to kind of make some change. And plus, let's not forget, he already has his own brand in Denim Tears where he can do his own thing unapologetically, unfiltered. He already has half of the fucking world wearing his amazing cotton reef ensembles, right? The all leather jeans on fucking cotton sweatsuits and stuff. He already has been able to kind of take that very charged iconography that means so much to black people in general, and he's been able to kind of make, you know, millions off the back of that and kind of have that be super trendy. And that's something that comes from a real place. So why not be able to take the same thinking that went into that cotton reef and maybe apply some of that same, take that same ideology, that same way of thinking, and sort of like use those ideas to kind of, you know, slyly imbue them over Supreme. It could have been done, personally. It could have been done. And also use the opportunity to hire some people to kind of readdress the, you know, the representation stuff that you had an issue with. Uche says, what company would want to sell a design of a black man being hung? Exactly. And another thing as well on that subject, which is really odd, I'm surprised he was surprised about that, because I remember reading some stuff online, and again, I'm not in America, so I'm just looking at stuff from the outside perspective. But one thing that I've noticed in America, there is a real big issue with Americans, especially African Americans. They have a really big issue with black English people playing you know, the roles of prominent black African Americans in movies. They have a real issue with it. Sometimes they'll be like, no, why don't those roles go to African American actors? So if that's the case, and there's also the conversation around a lot of black people feeling like the only movies that get a big Hollywood budget coming from black creatives are usually movies that depict slavery, right? Like, so basically black trauma. And they hate it for the most part. If you go on social media, you see the conversation, people hate those type of things. So I was surprised that Tremaine didn't understand that and try to further that once again by having, you know, depicting these images of fucking, you know, black people being hung, being whipped. Like where does that stuff end? What next? Was he gonna have like an installation in one of the fucking Supreme stores that had like a noose hanging from the roof or something, or an open casket or something? Like, I mean, all that stuff is a bit too much personally for me, especially over there where you guys don't seem to resonate, or it doesn't seem to hit the same way as maybe it would maybe hit over here, in terms of maybe starting a conversation and whatever it may be. You guys over there are kind of over it. You kind of want to move on. You kind of want to depict black excellence. You kind of want to lift you guys up a bit. Maybe look back at times in your history where, you know, things were a little bit better, and not look back on always the bad times. I don't really know, but it's a strange thing to go with direction wise. Says, yeah, good thing is that Tremaine is doing well. Sorry, Dentiers is doing well. I think he should focus on it. It's had a lot of it's had a lot of potential, yeah, for sure. Dentiers is doing fantastic. That's why I think it's a missed opportunity, because I feel like he could have done both. He could have addressed the issues of systemic racism that he feels like exists in Supreme by working within the system, and he could have also done his own version or representation of the black experience through his brand Denim Tears, unfiltered. You know what I mean? Like, you could have done that. You could have worked on both things. And I personally think, as an artist or as a creative, that ability to work on those two planes is pretty impressive. That would actually make you a far better artist going forward, personally. Being able to, you know, do stuff under some level of constraints and guidance and, you know, pushback and oversight, but then also being able to kind of flip it when need be and kind of work, you know, untethered and free and whatnot, and be able to execute on those two levels, like, is sick. And the fact that he couldn't do it is a bit of a shame. It says, yeah, I think the thing Tremaine came after every brand trying to I think the timing of Tremaine came after every brand was trying to find their version of Virgil. So I see where you're coming from. Maybe it's less of a race thing and more so needed a cool kid. Yeah, I don't know. I just think the Virgil thing, RIP to the GOAT. We have to give the guy a lot of credit. Say what you want to say about his designs, but his ability to maneuver between these different spaces, between different organizations, different corporations, different work structures, different, communities, different industries, without any real issue, doesn't really get spoken about enough. Because he done it expertly. Like, he was able to learn the lessons of all these other people that came before him and was able to work within these different industries without any issue, while still saying the things he wanted to say with the work that he was able to produce. Because I think fundamentally, let's be fair, fashion as a medium is pretty difficult, I think personally, to execute like political, societal ideas on. It's just hard. I don't know why. Maybe because intrinsically it's just fucking clothes, but it's very difficult to have something to say meaningful via the medium of clothes, especially, we're not talking about fashion, we're talking about fucking streetwear type of stuff. It's just hard to do. It's really hard to do, and even more so hard to do when you're working for a corporation, because Supreme, as much as I love it, it's now a corporation. They're owned basically by VF Corp. You have VF Corp overlords breathing down your neck all the time. It's very difficult to execute those ideas that you want to say something interesting on that kind of level, with that amount of pressure, with those sort of targets you have to meet, with a massive global fan base and audience and it's just nearly impossible, which is why I think him having Denim Tears to offset that stuff would have been incredible. To kind of see him operate at the same level at the same time would have been so good going forward, but something had to give, I guess. Uche, wouldn't it be bigger red flag if the majority of white company was going up about selling slave merch? Exactly, Uche. Imagine if they said yes. Imagine, look at all the stuff that Crenshaw, look, I'm going to get it up actually here. Look at all the stuff that Crenshaw Skate Club is going for, right? Crenshaw Skate Club, Crenshaw Skate Shop, I think, sorry, Skate Club, is a company that I'm pretty sure was started by a kid that's like 20 or something, right? He's super young. Black kid, right? It's an amazing little brand. He's got a collaboration already with Nike SB, and one of their t-shirt designs got cancelled because of the illustrations that were on the t-shirt that maybe depict black people in not so good of a way and kind of harken back to some stuff that happened in the past, blah 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 blah. But the design was made by a black person, right? The whole premise of the shop was that it was meant to, the whole premise of the brand is that he wanted to have a brand that represented people that looked like him, because he didn't have anything out there at the time when he was coming up skateboarding that kind of addressed those sort of things. So it comes from a real place, but still Nike SB couldn't do this. So imagine trying to do an iconography with like a guy that's been whipped and stuff with whip scars on the back of it. It just doesn't make any sense. If this t-shirt wasn't able to get made, like, Tremaine had no chance of having his other stuff getting made. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense personally. It's a bit strange, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this personally, to be honest. If you know the history of the brand and where all this stuff is coming from, personally. But again, I could be wrong. Call us a racist. Tommy Buns. What was he saying here? Cool. Let's continue. So, I want to also see what people have been saying online, because I feel like some of the responses on social media have been pretty wild to see. So let's see what people have been saying here. Let's scroll down and look at actually his post of what he read here, right? Let's see what he said. The post regarding James Jebbia and what he said. Let's see the comments. Okay, cool. This person says, bro screen print clouds on denim and thought he was a creative director. Okay, they're not clouds, first of all, but hey, that's still funny. Another person here says, oh, okay, my guy Valencia said, I love how Supreme put in an image of a former slave with the whiplashes on his back. Is too edgy, overgraphic, yet they've been making t-shirts of black radicals since 2003. But then a black creative does it and it's a problem. There's so many tees in the past collections that use graphics of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Che Guevara. This is how white liberals operate. It's pretending to speak for individuals while actively crushing them. The jargon phrases are used to box us in within pious attitudes of fake brotherhood. Yeah, maybe some truth to that. Another one says, white fashion industry motherfuckers liking those posts like it's their core of revolution while either doing the exact same thing or indulging in it for the big offices. Y'all keep safe from fighting a good fight. Another person says, I'm sorry, but you need to sit down and critically examine why you thought it would be a good or radical idea to sell images of black bodies being hung and whipped on clothing items that will mostly be worn by white people. Do you know the images of lynchings were sold as postcards in the late 1800s and 1900s? So that white people can continue to disseminate images of black dead to their peers who weren't able to witness it. Listen, racism is readily present in all aspects of this world, especially corporate settings. So I will not deny that you endured hardships during your tenure. I know it can be stifling, condescending, and unnerving. That aside, this collaboration sounded like a terrible idea, and I'm proud of the other black employee who found the courage to push back on this release. I hope you will reassess your personal politics and understand why this issue was problematic to as well. See, I didn't understand. I didn't realize that bit. Because I didn't, he kind of doesn't write the greatest. But so I guess in the caption he said, someone that worked within Supreme, another black person, pushed back on the idea. They weren't comfortable with it. Yet Tremaine kind of processed that still as systemic racism, even though a fellow black person said, hey, that idea kind of sucks and isn't the greatest. Then he decided to take that, run to the internet, and in the hopes of looking like a victim and everyone will feel bad for him and kind of like, gather around and kind of give him a pat on the back and rub his back and shit. Come on, brother, man. I thought he was smarter than that. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually surprised to see how overly simplistic he is when it comes to this sort of stuff. It feels like it's very binary, his approach to stuff, because I'm not denying that most likely at those levels that he's operating in, because I wasn't fortunate enough to work at those type of levels in streetwear and stuff in the industry. The highest I got up to was just basically being a store assistant. And for the most part in those sort of stores, they're just looking for cool people to work there, or just people who just want to work in a retail store anyway, because retail is just retail at the end of the day. But I'm sure at those sort of levels, there is going to be a bit of a ceiling you kind of come up against. I'm sure it does happen. But usually I feel like, especially in streetwear, maybe less so in fashion, I feel like in streetwear, there's so many opportunities for you to do stuff that even if you do hit a wall, it usually is an opportunity for you to do something else yourself. Like there's loads of brands that have basically been started off at the back of them hitting a wall and then deciding, hey, I want to correct this and fix it with my own thing. And then they go and do their own thing, or maybe they continue working at that place that they hit a wall at while also doing their own thing. You can do those two things at the same time, but to just, hit a wall, then throw your toys at the pram and complain that you're not getting your own way, and then come and cry on social media about it, and then paint it as one thing when it really is another thing, is insane. And like I said, fundamentally, accusing Supreme of systemic racism is legitimately like going to Berghain, not getting in, and then accusing them of homophobia or racism. It's insane. It's like, what? How does that make any sense? What people saying in chat, someone tagged me here. The highest position ever and was a store merchandiser at Target. So they're a design, you're an idiot. Yeah. Another one here. They were right. Why the fuck should a white founded owned brand with mostly white people financially benefiting be making clothes depicting black death and destruction? Like, be for real. Another person. I'm a fan of Tremaine, but I think he should have kept that collab imagery and story to his own brand Denim Tears. That's more centered around those themes. Realistically, Supreme has no business telling that story and profiting from it. To be fair, I push back on this a little bit. I push back for this. I think part of the reason why Tremaine was hired was because of his work at Denim Tears, and his work at Denim Tears is what it is. So for sure, Supreme knew what they were getting into when they hired him. They knew he was going to try and take some of the ideas that he would have maybe done at Denim Tears and maybe try and apply them at Supreme. Why else would you hire him? They knew Wagwan. And obviously, as a designer, as a creative, it's a great opportunity to take that role and to have the opportunity to maybe tell those stories on such a bigger platform, right? To an audience, that's in the millions all over the world, all colors and creeds. I mean, that is great. You kind of been able to have a chance to sort of like broadcast message all across the place. So that makes a lot of sense. I just think that he should have went back to the drawing board and proposed another idea that maybe was able to tell the same story, but in a more subtler way. I think there could have been some sort of compromise that was reached. I just feel like so far from the story that we've heard, it felt like he had one idea or a couple, they got knocked back, and then he immediately started crying. He immediately started crying racism. And that to me is a bit out of order, personally. It continues. Bro been dancing for corporate fashion cultures for years. Woof. Now wanna cry foul because $1 billion corporation don't want to use their platform to put a slave on a t-shirt. We gotta get past this victim shit. We can be proud of our heritage, but we don't gotta keep pushing our pain for profit. I agree with this sort of stuff. I think personally, I've never been somebody that kind of ascribes to the victim narrative of things in general. I think I think it's just not necessary nowadays. And I think just in terms of my own pride and ego, I would much rather try to secure positions or to be in contentions for roles because of the quality of my work, not because of my skin color, right? Not because of my race, something that I didn't choose. I feel like the kind of the quality of my work should speak for itself, and that should be the thing that should be put into consideration, as in whether or not I'm good at my job, whether or not I should get the job, whatever it may be. But I feel like the representation or the sort of like the race game thing is a dangerous one to play, because it's the same thing I used to say to a few of my friends who DJ who are women. They'd sometimes ask me, oh, what do you think about women who are online DJs? And, you know, they always have their tits out, always have their bum out, showing skin and stuff. My opinion on that was, I don't mind it. I feel like you should do whatever it needs to be done to get your foot through the door, especially in an industry like DJing where it's incredibly competitive. There is no one way to get in. And in general, it's just hard to kind of get through the door. So get in through the door however you need to get in through the door, whether it's you showing loads of cleavage, showing your ass crack, whatever it may be, licking a lollipop while you're on stream, who gives a fuck? Do it. But also be very mindful to make a switch in your approach and your representation and how you're seen, because you don't always want to be the sexy girl, because if you're always a sexy girl, then people don't take your artistry seriously. And if you're always a sexy girl, especially in the era of fucking social media, your comments are going to be wild. People are going to be objectifying you on a fucking daily basis. Even though you want to be seen as a legit artist and a legit DJ, they're always going to be commenting in the fucking posts on your fucking comments. Nice tits, nice bum, those lips, blah, blah, blah. That's all you're going to be getting. So you have to be very mindful of that and make that switch. And I think the same thing applies to the whole idea of getting jobs because you're black. You could get a job because you're black in terms of, you know, an affirmative action sort of thing, representation thing, maybe some white guilt because of what happened to George Floyd and shit. Cool, black squares, get the role. But then once you get the role, also make sure your work is good. Step up to the plate, like be ready to kind of show and prove. Don't just get the role because of your race, then not be able to fucking show and prove. Be absolutely terrible at what you do, and essentially put the people that hired you in a funky position where they're thinking, we can't fire you because if we fire you, it looks crazy, but you're fucking shit at what you do, or you're an annoying person, or you're hard to work with, or you're never around, whatever it may be. You just have to kind of be very cautious of like taking that approach, which is why I usually try to, you know, steer more towards the direction of just being very good at what I do and being undeniable, because that, you know, is going to probably, you know, suit you better in the long term. Again, what do I know? Another one says, so the part of this was over a t-shirt and a slave being hung on it getting cancelled, correct? Okay, let's just say that one more time. So part of this is over a t-shirt with a slave being hung on it, getting cancelled, correct? Which is the really sad thing about it. Like, Tremaine essentially walked away from a very well-paying, you know, prestigious job, mainly because of his principles. But if you look at it really, take away all the emotion and stuff, because a couple of his ideas got knocked back. It's a real big shame, because the kind of the possibilities, the options of being able to, you know, open up the brand to loads of different people, be able to give people, be able to put people in position, whether it's through collaborations or through fucking, you know, commissioning photographers for fucking editorials and whatnot. All that stuff is gone by the wayside now, because you weren't able to kind of put your ego to one side, be able to swallow a bit of rejection, a bit of pushback, and then go from there. Actually, thinking of it, maybe a part of the reason why this is a bit of an issue, maybe Tremaine hasn't had a boss in a long time as well. That might have played into it. Forget his politics and his, you know, whatever, his idea on race and shit. Maybe the fact that he's been working on his own, doing his own thing for so long, and now suddenly you're literally working a 9 to 5 effectively while you're also running your brand on the side. Maybe he just couldn't handle it, being told what to do. which is understandable, really. But again, you can't paint that as fucking systemic racism. That's the only unfair bit. Another one says, crazy how this is exactly what Ye says, which is funny because there's actually a comment here I've got actually from somebody where they did post the Ye thing, which I think is a bit unfair because I don't think the Ye thing is I don't think the Ye thing applies to this because the context around it was a bit more, you know, there's a bit more levels and nuance to it. But somebody provided the screenshots of that time when Ye and Tremaine were going back and forth over social media. I think it kind of started because Ye mentioned Virgil in something he was speaking about when he was going on his whole anti-Semitism world tour, and Tremaine kind of got angry about him mentioning Virgil in, like, you know, in context of what he was saying, and it kind of revealed, oh, you know, you and Virgil weren't even cool before he passed, to the point where you weren't invited to the private funeral, blah blah blah. And then Kanye decided to kind of go back at him, call him tremendous, start a whole entire, like, you know, parody Supreme line called Tremendous with his pictures all over the place and stuff. And anyway, so this is a post that Kanye wrote at the time. It says, and to Tremaine, I'm changing your name forever. Tremaine's new name Tremaine's new name as the BLM officer at Supreme is Tremendous, which is ironic because, you know, he's saying he's the BLM officer, and then Tremaine then goes on to get fired to leave because of issues regarding race. Anyway, it continues. No relationship to Shawn Mendes or Eva Mendes, for clarity, because Latinos believe in God. Companies don't hire creative directors, they hire BLM officers. For all the people that hate you and your weak ass pants, no, you only got the job since you were black and you used to work for me and you knew Virgil. Jesus. Hey Tremendous, hey Supreme. Tremaine doesn't even skate. You got your girlfriend to record me without my knowledge so you could threaten me on behalf of your Virgil killing bosses. You don't have the money to make it out of this one alive. This is the worst mistake of your life. So Ye was on some mad time. And then the next screenshot here. Which one is this one? So this is him. Okay, this is what he said. Cool. But yeah, again, I don't think the Ye thing is fair. It obviously is funny, but I don't think it's fair. Big up Sting. I do appreciate you.
Much love from Houston, Texas. Rock on gesture. H-Town.
Yeah, big up H-Town. Free my guy Tory. But yeah, no, big up Stinger. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the $2 super chat, my friend. Appreciate you. So let's go back to a few more of these comments here. What are people saying here above? To be honest, Ye is the wrong messenger for this because Adidas took his IP and sold his shoes without him. He's trying to call Tremaine a pawn, but yeah, exactly. The context around all of that is, there's more levels to it. Yeah, let's just not get into it. But I think if you're a Ye fanboy and you see this happening, it kind of feels like a prophecy, you know? I get it, whatever. And also, I'm sensing there's a lot of people that didn't like Tremaine online. Again, I don't pay attention to, you know, a lot of the kind of like sentiment around humans and what they do and stuff. No, around them as people. I like the work that they produce, but I'm not really clued in on like people thinking, oh, he's a cunt, she's a bitch. I don't really know that stuff. But from reading between the lines, searching his name on Twitter and stuff, like, I feel like Tremaine didn't really have a lot of like good grace out there. I don't know, people didn't really like him. I thought he was always quite a likable person. I've met him only a couple of times here and there back in the day, very, very long time ago, but he always came across very nice, very personable, very chill. But it seems that people online didn't really like him too tough. I'm not too sure if it's because of his politics, because of his brand, but it seems that people were kind of like looking to, you know, to kick him while he was down after they heard him kind of leaving fucking Supreme. Odd. But anyway, maybe I'm missing something. Another one says, to be honest, why would you want a white majority demographic to even cop a tea like that? That's a Denim Tears project for real. I don't want rich white kids wearing that shirt thinking it's powerful. You can educate and make more meaningful art, to be honest, to spread black culture and awareness. Supreme needs to move from that edgy t-shirt grift and figure out something more intellectual. And then having a diversity problem in-house is far from shocking. That's definitely a real issue. But black genocide t-shirts for sale to people who are that disconnected from the origin seems dangerous. Yeah, true. You know, the representation thing is interesting because I remember that was one of the issues Virgil had before he died, isn't it, right? R.I.P. to the GOAT. But I remember Virgil posting a picture of the Off-White studio in Milan, And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Off-White at the time, I'm not sure if it's still now, it was partly owned by this group called New Guards Group. And they're like a, I guess an all-encompassing production, manufacturing sort of like company thing. And they were the one that were helping to kind of, to run Off-White alongside with Virgil. And they had offices obviously in Milan. And he posted a picture of them at their Christmas party or something. And it was just loads of white people. And everyone on social media went crazy. But I didn't really understand the outrage because it's fucking Milan, isn't it? There's not a lot of black people out there anyway, let alone working in fashion. But obviously, with how Virgil is and what he does, whatever, he tried to readdress the balance and obviously have, work the projects that he was working on with Off-White. He'd always go out of his way to kind of hire up and coming people, especially black kids and stuff, to kind of front the campaigns, do the photography and the styling and shit. But the issue of representation when it comes to fucking, when it comes to representation in the workplace is a difficult one, really, especially when it comes to the arts, because I feel like these are like niche industries for the most part. Niche industries, usually from my, background, being somewhat African, my parents weren't really that enamored when I decided I wanted to go to an art university and shit. They wanted me to go and do like STEM. So I'd imagine around the world it's probably the same. Most minorities don't really respond too well when their kids want to go and do creative shit. So it's hard to then say, like, if there's not a lot of kids from minorities applying for those jobs in the first place or even doing them, it's hard to then say just because this brand may be fronted by a black person that they should also then have a particular quota. Like, what is the quota? That's what I want to know. Like, what's the magic number? Like, if I'm surprised to hear that the head office of Supreme has less than 10% minorities. I'm surprised, right? Just an anecdotal thing, I'm surprised. But then what's the magic number? Should it be 15%? Should it be 20? Should it be 50? 60? Like, what is the actual number? Because if you think about it, Supreme also isn't a black company. It's not the black experience. It's kind of like a New York experience. It's kind of similar to London, where it kind of, especially skateboarding at that time, late 80s, early 90s, it was more so like everyone, all the sort of like delinquents, all the kind of like latchkey kids, no matter if they were white, black, Latino, whatever it may be, right? They all kind of, were gravitated towards skateboarding, and that's where they kind of felt like they represented through that. And obviously brands came up around that kind of had different, maybe there were brands that were more white, that were more black, whatever it may be, but it was more so the skateboarding banner kind of encompasses loads of different people. It's not just a one particular race thing. I guess the only thing that probably is a bit hard to swallow if you're somebody like Tremaine working in-house is that, or if you're familiar with Supreme, every store I've been in, for the most part, I've been to New York, I've been to LA, and I've been to London, usually they're very multicultural in terms of the people working on the shop floor or the kids, right? Most of the time they're usually playing super loud fucking heavy metal or rap music and shit. So I understand if you get into the head office and you just see loads of fucking Scandinavian looking people, it might be a bit off-putting, but I don't know. I think I'd be okay if the fact that they are, they're representing you in a lookbook, so you're kind of representing the brand. The brand is being embraced by those communities. Your projects that you're putting out push that certain demographic. It doesn't always need to be represented in a head office kind of thing. And also, like I said, what's the magic number? Like, I don't know what the magic number is. That's the only issue. Let's scrap a bit here. Oh, you are saying, the people who I know SD says, the people I know who met him say he's opportunistic, only nice to people who look like they can do stuff for him. To be fair, I'm going to say, SD, as much as that may be right, in my experience of dealing with Tremaine, I've only seen him a couple of times here and there. I don't really know the guy too well. I will say that's not true. I would say one of the things that made Tremaine kind of stand out when I was coming up on the scene was that he was the one person that was actually nice, regardless of if you were somebody important. Everybody else that he was around, his other friends and stuff, were fucking cunts. Like, there's so many of them. I don't even want to go through the list of them, but they're absolute dickheads. Kind of people that only gave a fuck about you if you were working in a certain place. If you did have nothing to offer them, they're nowhere around. They had this weird snobby attitude, even though they were just working, shitty jobs and stuff, but they felt like because they worked for a particular company, it kind of made them better than other people. Whereas I feel like Tremaine always going out of his way to be actually decent. So that might be your experience, but I think from my experience, he's kind of always been a chill dude. I think that's probably why he's so popular and well loved within his little community of people because he's just a decent human, aside from the stuff that he does. Again, could be wrong. Natashki said, can you imagine them Tears Supreme 730? Come on. The Dem Tears, as much as I like Dem Tears, it's not better than Supreme, let's be fair. Fashion Roadman says, though, to be honest though, how many black kids people are in Milan exactly? Fashion Roadman, every time I go there for Fashion Week, people look at me funny like they've never seen a black man. Yeah. I bet going to Milan is like going to Prague. Like, the first time I went to Prague was one of the first times I actually remembered what it was like being black. Like, you know, because living in London, you don't really know too tough. Sometimes you go outside London, it's different. But sometimes you go to other countries and you're like, oh shit, you remember what it's like being in a foreign country and being the color that you are. I was like, fucking hell, mate. Prague was wild, man. They were staring at me like I was a fucking zoo animal. Absolutely crazy. So imagine having a design studio in Prague and then complaining that there's not enough representation. It's like, bruh, you're in Prague. Anyways, it's more. Why the fuck is people saying shout the mods? Big up Crash. Oh shit, really? The fashion room. I studied chemical engineering as my first degree before going to CSM. See? You see what happens? He had to prove to his parents that he was that he was smart before he was allowed to go and do his own thing, right? Fucking, I didn't know that. Chemical engineering. Before you get permission to be allowed to go to CSM. Fucking hell, man. Growing up in a fucking African household is sometimes the worst and the best thing. Honestly, sometimes the worst and the best thing. The way they can shoot down your dreams and your hopes and your aspirations, but then it gives you it kind of toughens you up to shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way if I'm growing up in a black household with that much pushback and objection to my dreams, am I gonna go work at Supreme and have an idea shot down and cry about it in the toilet and cry racism? It's all good, man. I've had worse said to me at home. I'll come back tomorrow with a better idea, don't worry. I've had worse said to me at home. I've had my mom just rip up my drawings and throw them in the bin. Like, it's some mad things, you know what I mean? So it's all good. Anyway, let's go on here. Another person says, I too don't think Supreme or any other brand should be dropping shirts with depictions of people being hung or scars from enslavements. Shout out to the black creative who was in the room and was able to shut that down. Without further discretion, what would that drop have addressed or solved for the black community that is still suffering from residual effects of enslavement? That's not Supreme's function of a society, of course. And also, it's not really like, I don't know, it's like, if you want to get into systemic racism, like, I don't know, how do you address that issue via Supreme? I'm just trying to think, like, if you actually wanted to do it, like, what would you actually do? What do you do? Like, do you have like Blacks Only Day during fucking Black History Month or something? Like a specific day of the week that only black people are allowed in? Like, what do you do? Like, I don't know. Like, what do you actually do with Supreme if you actually wanted to fix systemic racism? Like, what do you do? I don't know. It beats me. It's an interesting design challenge, just to say that. You're in a rare position, which is itself a criminal. Thank you for standing on the morals. It's deeper than music. Yeah, that's the one thing I give him credit for. To be fair, this person is right. I give Tremaine credit for that. He definitely stands on his fucking morals because he walked away from a job that most people would kill their own mothers to get. Do you know what I mean? He did that. He got the job anyway. He didn't really care about it too tough. I think I mentioned in another clip. You go on the Instagram page. He's not always jacking off Supreme. He's not posting. If it was me, I'll be posting archive images up. I'll be posting excerpts of James Jebbia interviews. Like, I'll be wanking off to Supreme every day. He didn't really give a fuck. He just treated it like a job. Do you know what I mean? And the fact he's able to walk away with his head held up in his head because he feels like he was right and step away from that because, you know, it didn't align with his morals or principles, you got to give the guy credit because most people wouldn't do that. Well paid, highly prestigious. Nah, not for me. You guys are not aligned in my ideas and what I'm looking to do. I'm stepping away. You have to give the guy a rating for that, to be fair. Another says, this is nothing new. Our voices within the fashion industry have always been muted. I feel as if we should pull away from these big brands and support our own. Yeah, right. Good luck trying to get black people to stop buying Balenciaga. Good luck trying to get black people to stop buying Gucci. Good luck trying to get black people to stop buying Louis Vuitton. Good luck. What, you want me to stop buying that and buy and wear what? Trapstar instead? Benja? Come on. Like, let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real. They use and abuse our culture and gain profit from taking creativity. I worked for 4 years with LV, exactly, or Fubu. Fucking hell, come on. And only reason why I was appointed a CD. What? Hold on, let's read that again. I worked for 4 years in LV, and the only reason why I was able to obtain the position I did was because Virgil was appointed CD. Prior to they wouldn't have interviewed me. The discrimination and abuse of culture was disgusting. When I opened my mouth, I was dismissed, and when I opened my mouth, they whipped me. And disciplined because I refused to tolerate the disrespect. Virgil passed and I moved on and was blacklisted from LVMH. Okay, this guy is, whoever you are, I don't believe you. So you're telling me you got the job because Virgil got hired, and then when Virgil died, they fired you straight away. All right, whatever you say, buddy. Virgil passed and I moved on and was blacklisted from LVMH because I had an opinion. Yeah, true. I didn't matter that I created a platform, made millions of dollars of the company. All they could see was a black boy. So you made the millions of dollars, yet they fired you because you're black or because Virgil died. Cool. Create your own and keep it authentic as a community. The sooner we realize it, the better. Okay, cool, whatever. Next, when I go to the comment section of, actually, what's this one? What is this? Oh, and this obviously is a t-shirt that's kind of a bit apt, to be honest. Big up this person, Majesty Ria, for posting this. This is one of the t-shirts that Ye designed, I think with Ian Connor as well, actually, which is a flip on this particular t-shirt. I think that was made by, if I'm not mistaken, is it Gonz designed this? I think this is Gonz. It's meant to be Muhammad Ali, and it says Supreme is un-American, and on the flip is Tremendous with an illustration of Tremaine on the t-shirt, right? So that's, considering what's happened, that's a very apt t-shirt. So this has been on the timeline again. But again, I think it's unfair to involve the whole Ye conversation because Ye was on some wild times when he was around with the whole Adidas thing as well. But I'm curious to see what people are saying on Business of Fashion comments, because these guys can be a bit interesting. And then we're also going to see the comments on the same story on Supreme drops, because the kids on here didn't like Tremaine at all. They all didn't think he was good for a brand. One particular guy said the brand died when Tremaine was hired, which is extremely rude and unfair, especially when you consider his health complications that he had. So let's read the comments on the Business of Fashion story on this and see what some of the white elites had to say about this. Okay, this guy really doesn't like him. He posted a comment on both, copied and pasted the same comment. So let's skip this person. Let's see this one. Another one. To all those commenting on how on it only now being a problem and he was fine collecting the check, have y'all never been in a position where they slowly show their racism layer by layer, project by project? It's not you join, the fangs are shown immediately. Also, have you never had to weigh the moral dilemma of, does this need to be a problem? Is it my responsibility to fix, rebel against it? Or can I just be a black person that exists and collects a check like everybody else? You're acting brand new. All right, whatever. Another person, white people in these comments, I know more on this topic than him. That's funny. Another one, now after you've done benefited all these years, you just now noticing eye rolls. We've been new, y'all was funny. When did he realize? After the check cleared? Who knows? Another person. And for that paper, look how low we'll stoop. Even if you in a Benz, you're still a nigger in a coupe. Oh, Kanye West words. Another human. Wow, I'm so perplexed at the commentary. So unexperienced people, or so many unexperienced people who aren't in the fashion industry, nor have ever broken down doors in the industry for African Americans, have the nerve to judge man's decision. Go do your research. Find out who's this man is and what he has done to break down the barriers of racism in fashion. This isn't the first time it's happened. His visibility just threatens the ideas of racism in the industry. Like we can't see there's using hip-hop icons and black matriarchs in fashion to campaign because streetwear is dying like it's always when something is over. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like that is a whole bunch of gobbledygook. But I find it interesting, right? One thing I'm thinking about, I wonder if Tremaine maybe didn't realize what game he was playing, because I think he did this similar strategy with the Converse shoes, isn't it? If I remember it correctly. Didn't the Converse shoe get cancelled? I actually got a pair, right? I got a pair. It's got the Converse shoes that he did with the Pan African flag. I've got a pair, right? The highs. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't the whole law behind those shoes that it got cancelled? Then Tremaine kind of outed Converse by posting a picture of them on his Instagram and basically saying, hey, you guys need to do more. It got cancelled because they didn't want to give money or put this or do that. Something happened like that. So he basically kind of shamed Converse into releasing the shoes and releasing them the way he wanted them to be released. So maybe he tried to do the same thing with Supreme and it didn't work. Maybe, but I don't think he said anything publicly about the t-shirt before he left, did he? So I don't know. Maybe that plays into. I'm not too sure. Just thinking aloud here. Another person. Oh, this is the Gabriella person that Kanye tore up because of her outfit, innit? High systemic racism cannot be alleged. It simply is. This lady, I don't know. Complaining about systemic racism when you most probably were a diversity hire is insane. Personally, for me, if you're a diversity hire, you can't complain about systemic racism. I'm sorry, you just can't. Another one. So many non-black people willing to come jump through every hoop because racism just couldn't possibly exist in fashion industry. I don't think anyone's saying it doesn't exist. I just think people are saying that in this particular context, it's hard to see. It's hard to come to the conclusion, if you're fair, that Supreme are racist in this instance. If anything, they didn't do right by Tremaine by going to him directly and saying, hey, we're cancelling it. They just let him think that it was still going on. He was still working on a project. Then he found out last minute it's not happening, which kind of undermined his position, and he kind of felt like his position was untenable. They should have maybe spoken to him first about it. But I don't think you can read the story and the account and come away thinking Supreme are racist. Like, it's just an insane take, like legit insane take. Bullshit. We've never given the facts. Sounds like an escape plan. Washing his hands of the brand. If you haven't worked in corporate fashion, I'm gonna need you to sit this one out. Another person says, wait, the same systemic racism that hired him. I'm confused, or whatever. Kumbudu. Could be that his designs aren't good and we only know his name because of Ye. That's not fair. It doesn't matter how anyone knows your name. It just matters when you get the position, once you get the role, you get the opportunity that you show and prove. I don't know how you can judge if somebody's. That's the thing I'm also wondering. Like, how do you judge? Like, what are Supreme's KPIs? Like, how do you judge performance? Is it sellout? Is it sales? Like, how do you judge the performance of a collection? Because I always say over the years that Supreme always have up and down collections. For me personally, Supreme's fall winters are usually better than their spring summers. And I think that goes for most of men's fashion and streetwear. Usually fall winter is usually a better time for men. I don't think, that's why I always think guys, fashion doesn't really work. I feel like fashion really only works for women because we don't really have nice, cool, I don't know, we just don't look good in the sun sometimes. We don't know what to dress like. But I feel like in the winter, most dudes know how to fucking get down. Even if you don't have good style, you can probably figure out a decent outfit once the temperature kind of cools and shit. So if that's the case and you do a dud in spring, summer, but then you come out with one of the best collections in recent years with fall, winter, how could they then decide, okay, just because that one dud you're out? It's a bit much, you know what I mean? So I don't buy this whole his designs weren't good enough shit. It doesn't make sense to me. It's a bit nonsense. Glad because they've got people at the company who have been there for like more than 10 years who were part of a design team that did dud collections. They never got fired, so why would they fire him after one? Makes no sense. Glad he did it. Didn't compromise your vision and people. That's fair enough. That's why I give him credit for that also. He didn't compromise. Another person here says people have to start looking at things more objectively. Rely on their competence. Sometimes people just don't share the same vision creatively, and that's okay. Deciding not to use a popular black artist for a campaign does not automatically constitute racism. When business or professional relationships don't work out, the go-to cannot be that's racist unless we have explicit, conclusive evidence with receipts. Were they racist when they hired him, or they put their racism on hold for the hiring process? Integrity and accountability, please. Yeah, I agree with that, to be fair. And we can check the comments here. Sorry, my friends. They had issues with the box being in the coffin. They keep hold on. Talking about the box in the coffin, right? Imagine if you had an idea like the coffin. If I remember correctly, who was it? Imagine if you had like an idea for an installation where you had like a coffin in Supreme that was draped with the Pan African flag. I think he's done something like that before in the past, right? With the fucking cotton reef on top. Imagine if that went down the same way that that guy, Justin O'Shea, when he was the creative director of, I think of Brioni or one of those kind of brands for like a month or something. It was one of the shortest creative director 10 years in fashion, probably history. It was super short. And I remember one of these things that he did is that he got, I think he dressed Metallica or one of those bands in the suits that he made for that company. And then I think he changed the retail, you know, the retail stores around. And I think he had like a coffin on one of the windows displays of this retail store. So it's this prestigious Italian brand, right? This luxury fashion brand. And then they now have this edgy fucking black coffin on the window. It's no surprise that he kind of got fired very quickly because their visions didn't align in the slightest. But that was mostly because they didn't do the due diligence properly before they hired him. But I feel like Supreme probably did do due diligence with Tremaine when they hired him. I just think once he got in the door, you know, considering how he speaks and stuff, I just think they were surprised about how racially and politically charged everything he does is. And I just think they just were like, oh, enough, man, come on, like, let's just make a hoodie. You know what I mean? It wasn't that deep. I think they just assumed he'd come in and sprinkle some of his Denim Tears magic on what they did. They didn't think he'd come in and be his true self and like be trying to go for it all the time with every little piece that they design. And they just couldn't handle it. What was I saying here? Isn't this what execs do? Sorry, isn't this the same what execs do? Undermine the creative director. Same thing happened to Demna Balenciaga. Yeah, for sure. Maybe. Yes. I think the Demna Balenciaga thing is a little bit different, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, isn't it? The Demna thing, I think they say the word around town of what I read between the lines is that before that whole BDSM bears thing went down, the whole complaint around Demna Balenciaga was that he was getting he was allowed too much freedom because of how good their sales were and because of how important he is overall. They kind of let him do what he wanted. So I think the executives felt like it was their opportunity to kind of rein him in a bit once the whole BDSM bears thing happened. So, which kind of probably explains why he's so well behaved and quiet now, because, you know, they basically told him to shut the fuck up, no more interviews, no more edgy shit, like just put out fucking clothes. You know what I mean? And he's been doing that for the most part. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's the case, but maybe it's just, again, like I said, like he's been working on his own brand for 4 years. Before that, doing loads of stuff like freelancey, working with Kanye, Frank Ocean, all this stuff, essentially not having a boss, kind of living life the way he wanted to live. Then suddenly he has to move to New York and he's working a 9 to 5. That must have been a hard adjustment. So I'm not denying, I mean, that probably played a part in everything that happened. Going from, you know, being the master of your own destiny, doing whatever you please when you please, and only being restrained by your ideas only being restrained by your wallet. Yeah, and maybe production processes and shit. And now suddenly you're working for a company and you're being told what to do. I mean, even though you're the creative director, that must be a bit hard to take, to be fair. It worked at many brands, but executive undermine CDs. True. What people are saying, yeah, fall winter are my favorite for fashion. You can layer up. Exactly in Tashki. Dickies and khakis, Koila when I left in Sweden. Let's continue. Good for him, but where was he when Ye was saying the same thing, selective, but he got here in the end? True, but not so much. There's a lot of racism in the industry amongst human of different background. Okay, another one. Let's go for the last page now. This is the Supreme fan page called Drops GG, which I follow, that kind of posts up some good shit about Supreme. You get kind of drop details of what's going to be dropping week on week. So we're going to get an idea on what the Supreme customers had to say about this whole thing. So their response to it sounds like racism card to me. Another one, LOL at everything being about racism nowadays. The dude sucks, plain and simple. Yay, been saying it. So it seems like a lot of Supreme fans are also very ardent Ye fanboys. So that's why maybe they didn't like Denim Tears when he got hired, or Tremaine when he got hired. Because when he got hired, he was obviously, you know, having beef with Ye at the time, or falling out with him, or whatever it may be. So that might have been the case. And if I remember correctly, did he say he got fired from Yeezy too? Maybe, I don't know. Playing victim is the fastest way to remain stagnant in life. I wonder though, right? Having that said, I wonder if this is gonna have any damage to Tremaine's overall reputation in the industry, like with fashion brands and companies and houses and shit? Will they now look at him as a bit of a liability and think, oh, if we hire him and it doesn't go well, he's gonna air us out and make it seem like we fired him because he was black? Like, is this going to negatively affect him going forward? I wonder. I hope it doesn't, because it could just be like, it happened. Sometimes you work at a place, it doesn't quite work out. Sometimes you go to a place, you think it's going to be one thing and it's another thing. Happens all the time. But I wonder if this will negatively affect him in the future. Hopefully it doesn't. But you know how this fashion industry works, man. Word travels around fast. Maybe there was stuff happen behind the scenes that people didn't like also. I don't really know, but hoping that's not the case. Another one. Racism, this is insane. Even more happy he's gone now. Aha, the chief BLM officer blamed racism, of course. Chief BLM officer. Honestly, I don't want anyone to remember me like that. I don't want that to be part of my legacy, man. That's fucking horrendous. Thank God he left. By racism. Didn't they just release a whole collab with Youngboy? Now racism is racist. Now supreme racist, sorry. This cancel culture gotta stop. Another one says, left him with sequels. Sad that most hypebeasts just want to dunk on him whilst without listening to his real concerns. Exactly, true. There was a point in time where one of these creative directors for Supreme said that the brand was not for black city kids and only skaters. Who said that? Is that true? I don't remember them saying this. One of the creative directors of Supreme said, I'm not sure that's true, but too many kids commenting. Never no racism. I mean, come on, I live in Manhattan, NYC, where Supreme is located. The security is black. Come on. To be fair, saying this is insane. Saying that a place isn't racist because they got black security is kind of racist. If you know, you know. I'm not gonna lie. Saying that is kind of racist. They've got black security guards. They can't be racist. It's like, sir. Anyway, I'll let him rock. The security is racist. The security is black people that work in the store are multicolors. That works multicolors. Reducing people to the color of their skin is just always gross, isn't it? Black, white, brown, yellow, Latino, German. This. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Anyway, black, white, Hispanic. Never had any problems. I always get there after work, and that's why I go on Sundays from now on. But racism, nah, never is supreme. Another one, folks not even reading what he says. First of all, this was a collaboration that's been in the making for a long time. For them to go behind his back and cancel the collaboration while then not telling him why they did so sounds fishy to me. No, that's for sure. That's the bit I think he has a legit grievance with, and he has every reason to be pissed off and walk. Because they went behind his back. I think anybody in those positions, if they do that and they go behind his back to cancel it and don't explain why, it would make me feel away. But I feel like he also knew that they weren't that receptive to the idea anyway. He should have proposed more ideas that basically were along the same lane, told the same story, and then propose those and see as a creative, as an artist, you should be able to do that. Having just those two ideas and then having them knocked back and then crying about that is a bit much for me. Another false victim, you're claiming race issues now. Of course, all the little white boys are going to act confused. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, you get the gist. That's essentially what happened. Tremaine doesn't seem to be happy about it. Let's do one last check on his stories and see if he's posted anything there cryptic and vague to kind of, continue on this conversation. But so far, you kind of get the gist of what's happened. He wasn't happy. They weren't comfortable. He walked away. They tried to sweep it under the rug. It came out, and now he's crying foul of racism. You kind of get the gist of what happened. So the recent post here is a very nice post with a guy with a very nice outfit. It says here, anyway, back to the program, ADG Denim, ADG Green Denim, available on denimtears.com. Okay, cool. So there's a new denim jacket coming out there. Looks very sweet. Oh, I like the look of that too. This looks beautiful, isn't it? Fucking hell, I'm not gonna lie. That looks nice. Let's see his story. What's he saying there? Any more informations? No, we got the cream, we got the denim there. No more stories about what happened. No, okay, we've got Kerwin Frost, I guess. Kerwin Frost. Look what he's doing. Doesn't that remind you of American politicians kneeling Black History Month. Do you guys remember that? That kind of feels like the streetwear version of that. Is that what he's doing? I forgot who they were. Yeah, this one. That kind of reminds me of that. Doesn't it feel like Corbyn is doing this? Democrats face backlash after wearing, whatever they did here. What was it? Ghana's, I don't know why they did this, but I remember seeing this on social, right? You guys might remember this. Doesn't this feel a little bit like what Corbyn's doing by wearing the new denim tears drip and kneeling? Or am I bugging out? Doesn't that feel a little bit the same? Where is it? It's here, isn't it? Right? There. The other one? No, it's not that one. Where is it? There. Is it that one? Where I saw this one? Doesn't that feel a little bit like the same? Doesn't that feel like the same thing? Oh no, it's not that one. It's this one. Does it feel like the same thing? Doesn't it feel like he's doing the same thing there? Like, what's bro doing, man? Like, oh look, he's got a Rosa Parks t-shirt hoodie on as well. Bath, bro. Bath. Fucking bath, man. It's the same as this shit. It's the same fucking shit. So fucking corny. But hey, you gotta get it how you get it, I guess, isn't it? What the fuck is he doing? What's bro doing? Oh, anyway, whatever. Let's continue. Next slide. What was he talking about here? Well, I say Black Rider. Okay, cool. Every major brand profits of black culture and has white supremacy issue. Okay, true, I guess. The proof of this goes back to brands making 1 billion commitments to black communities in 2020 following George Floyd's murder. Some even had the nerve to say that they were focused on diversity. Yeah, true. You can call a lot of that stuff out. I just don't think calling a lot of that stuff out off the back of what happened to Tremaine is, apt or makes any sense, really. Both things are not really the same, in my opinion. Now analyze what's happening today. How many articles have you seen about brands diversity in diversity? A great majority of these brands have reneged on their promises because public pressure subsided. These brands received the publicity from making the commitment and then snuck out of the back door without paying up. Supreme will likely leverage the same performative strategy as Gucci. So they're basically saying that Supreme might come out and say, we're going to address all Tremaine's concerns. We're going to, start hiring more black creatives and artists and shit. And we're going to try and make our office 50% black wherever they are in head offices around the world. I don't know if they have only one. Maybe they have a few. And we're going to try to do that. If that's the case, I'm telling this to you now. Let's go on the main screen. If Supreme do some affirmative action shit where they start hiring black people just for the sake of hiring black people, please hire me. Okay? Please hire me. If you just start hiring blacks just to kind of readdress the balance because you feel guilty about Tremaine not being able to get his fucking slavery t-shirts off, give me the role. Give me a role, okay? Give me a role. That's all I gotta say. Let me show up and prove. Because if you guys are handing out roles based on fucking skin color, I'ma come in like a fucking wrecking ball with my cheeks out like Kanye. I swear to God. But this is fucking nonsense, bro. Like, you should be hiring people on the fucking, on the strength of what they do, on their skill, on their experience, on their ability to fucking execute on that high level, especially with VF Corp breathing down their necks and shit. Fuck, man. Anyway. Supreme will likely make a statement of the era and plans to educate themselves on the diversity and commitment of hiring more black folks in leadership. And when the smoke clears, it's back to business. I don't think so. I think Supreme has got this far by always doing the right thing. I feel like they always kind of know how to they're always cool with it. So I feel like they will do it in a cool way. Maybe it won't be some big fucking article. Maybe it'll be done silently behind the scenes. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be a sit-down interview with fucking James Jebbia, who hardly fucking talks. So that'll be fucking wild, right? Also, spare a thought for James Jebbia. This English dude who moves to the States, starts up one of the most influential, well-regarded, legendary streetwear brands of all time, right? That's based around skateboarding. He doesn't even skate. He somehow gets accepted into a very cliquey, insular, hard to break into community like skateboarding, subculture like skateboarding, manages to fucking build it into one of the biggest brands in the world, gets investment from fucking VF Corp, and then you're going to Tremaine's house and he's lecturing you on how to run your business. just think about it from Jermaine's probably the black version of him, but think about it from James Javier's point of view, being lectures on how to run your business that you've been running for, all these years with little to no fucking, issues, and you're being lectured by Tremaine after he's just run his brand for like only 4 years or stuff. Like, could you imagine how that must feel? But you have to sit there and listen. White fragility. We have to. What's that thing people were saying during the George Floyd thing? What's that thing people were saying? Like, listen, take. What's that thing? Was that phrase? Like just shut up and listen or something, right? Black people are speaking, shut up and listen and something. It's like, yo, I don't know. Wild times. Anyway, continue. How does this change? We have to support black-owned brands. We must support us the same way. You must, Jesus Christ. You must support us the same way we support white brands that leverage black culture. We need to show up for us. Yeah, but I'm not wearing Benja or fucking Trapstar because it's just shit. I don't care who makes it. You know what I mean? It's not about black owned stuff. Like, that's why I think Telfar and stuff smash it. And even fucking the Moa Lola fucking iteration nowadays smashes it because it's just good stuff. This whole like, I'm gonna buy your shit because you're black owned is just out with me. That's a wrap. I'm not really on that vibe at all. Make good stuff and I'm gonna buy it. Will it be beneficial if you make good stuff and you happen to be black? Cool, amazing. But I'm not just gonna buy your stuff because you're black. Like, that's insane. Like, come on, bro. Anyway, some person called Brock Marciano was on the phone to him, I guess. Right? Is that him on the phone to him or somebody else? Who's this? I don't know who this person is. I think so. Another post of the White Fragility book, and then someone called Kareem with cool, whatever. Look, is that someone in the comments? I'm not wearing Cortez even if you paid me. No, Cortez is pretty good. I think out of all the UK sportswear, streetwear brands that exist, I think Cortez is probably the best. It's probably even better than Trapstar. Even though Trapstar's been around longer, I feel like Trapstar and Benja are just like too garbage for me. Like, I'd probably rather wear like Hoodrich than Trapstar and fucking Benja, even though Hoodrich is awful. But I don't mind Cortez, to be fair. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders, personally. And I think he's kind of like, I don't know, I feel like he's kind of got potential. I feel like he's got potential. I don't know why I think that, but I feel like he's got a good head on his shoulders. He kind of knows what he wants to do. And he executed it as a pretty decent, like, look at the tracksuit that he makes. The tracksuits he makes are pretty sick. I don't like the logo. I've never liked the logo. I think the Alcatraz logo is a bit shit, personally. But I think if you just look at the tracksuits and the paneling and the construction of them, they do stand out a bit. I don't know what the quality is like compared to other things, but I think they do stand out compared to other tracksuit brands that exist. Because in the UK, everyone, that comes from ends fucking loves making tracksuit brands. And that's all they fucking make. But I think his ones stand out, I think, personally. So I'm interested to see what Skepta's going to be doing, because Skepta's got a brand coming out, right? He's got his stuff mains coming out, I think, soon. But yeah, Tremaine still is not happy, I guess. Makes sense why he's not happy. But yeah, man. What more needs to be said about that? Let's see the chat. What are you guys saying in the chat about this? What else needs to do? They all do this, like putting up a LGBTQ flag around Pride. Companies don't give a fuck. Exactly, Z. There's this area, right, where I used to work around near Liverpool Street. It's like it's basically like the finance. It's the new finance and sort of startup area. It's an area called Liverpool Street and Old Street and like Old Street and Shoreditch. All these areas, they have a lot of like startups and finance places and shit. And it's always funny when you go around those places, because when it's fucking gay pride or whatever, they'll always they'll always change their logos to the LGBTQ rainbow thing, right? So they'll put the colors on their fucking logo. They'll have somebody with put vinyl lettering outside and make it look like they're fucking allies. But most of these places are the most like milquetoast, cookie cutter, normie places ever. There's probably not even a single gay person that works in those offices and shit. So I always find it interesting that they'll go out of their way to do all these performative things with these vinyl letterings with the LGBTQ rainbow in it and shit, and make it look like they're allies and they're down for the cause and whatnot. And there's not a single gay, lesbian, trans, intersex, or whatever person working in those places. Zero. Let alone somebody working in like a C-suite executive kind of level. So again, it's just all performative. They want to look like they're doing something, but they're not really doing anything. I'm just happy they don't do like during Black History Month. I'm just happy they don't have like, I don't know, fucking food trucks outside serving jerk chicken and I don't know, reggae playing and people breakdancing. I'm just happy they don't do that because I think they already know that looks a bit crazy because with their performative nonsense, they could go that far and think, yeah, man, this is what you guys like, right? Let's have some footballs here, a couple of basketballs. There's a microphone here, so if you want to MC. I'm glad they don't do that because that would be horrendous. Casual Fire. Yeah, Zaki Kola. Yeah, hi Zaki. Hi AZ and Rodeo Brito. Zaki, big up my guy Rodeo Brito. Exactly. That would be an incredible collab. We'll fucking kill it. SD is saying I'm not wearing Cortez if you paid me. Brandon saying I'm just going to wear a towel from now on. This is getting ridiculous. True. I said people do this thing where they can't compare. Exactly. All of my reels have vids of British flag being replaced by rainbow flags. I'm in the US. Exactly. I love jerk chicken, says Brandon. Jamaican beef patty. It's Jamaican beef patty like night. Why is it Jamaican beef patty night, manager? Because it's Black History Month, Agostinho. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Talk about the drums thing. Let me see if I can find it. Actually, I saw Fashion Room. I said it. Look at this. Yeah. Oh, this is fucking incredible. Let me see if I can find it. Bear with me a second. Let's get off the screen. Come on, brother, load. Why aren't you loading here for me? Okay, cool. Let's get this off the screen and let me get mine. And let me show you what I've seen here. But this is quite an interesting sort of like spin on things. I don't know. Again, I think it's just really crazy timing. So he gets, he gets his marching orders or he leaves. And then very soon after that, Supreme decided to put out this video of these people playing ball. Let's see, I think it's in the random section. It should be in, let's see. It's in the random section. Let's see if it is in the random section. I think it is. Is it a random? Yeah, there. No, it isn't. That's the shoes. Let's see if we've got more videos. I think it might actually be on their social media, probably. Maybe it's on their socials. Let's see, Supreme New York Instagram. Buppity 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 bup. Bear with me a sec. What you guys saying here in the chat to me? Jamaican patties, all of my reels, oxtails. You can eat like 10 of those. Let me see if I can find it. Bear with me a second here. Where is it? For some reason, blackness is trending on fucking Twitter. I don't know if it's to do with Tremaine. I don't think so though. Blackness. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Let me continue. Actually, you know what? Let me actually see if I can pull it up on here. I think it's on the drops page. I think they had it on their page. Because it's basically a post that showed some guys on a thing and they're playing the drums. Let me see if I can find it. It should be here. Let's get the Instagram page. Maybe it's on the Instagram. Let's see if I can find it on there. Maybe it's on the Instagram. Oh yeah, big up Fashion Road, man. Thank you, brother. I'm checking that now. Let's see. What's that? Another person says, funny story. My workplace during Black History Month had a company paid lunch. They served fried chicken, collard greens. I love that shit. Imagine a food truck selling for chicken collard green. What next? Watermelon. Like, yo, man, I fucking love it, man. I love. It's always with good intention, those things, but I just love it how badly that shit comes across when they do it. It's always the best of intentions, I'm sure, but I just love when it just doesn't hit, and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, your people, them. You like this sort of stuff, innit, right? You guys like the beer can, right? The beer can. Right? Black History Month, they're gonna be serving fucking fufu and madesu and shit, right? Yo, pounded yam and that, bro. Big up my guys there who know about the fufu and the pounded yam. Anyway, yeah, I've got it here. This is the post. So imagine Tremaine walks and says, "Fuck this, man. You guys are fucking racist. You're not letting me get off my fucking vision of having fucking Tyshawn, with his back covered in a fucking S that looks like he's been whipped, right? You wouldn't let me get that off." And then soon after, Supreme released this video. I feel like they're trolling him a little bit. Do you think they're trolling him? Look at this video. The Last Drummers, Marcus Garvey Park. Let's see if this plays. My computer's a bit slow. Let's see if it plays. This is a bit of a troll, don't you think so? No, all these like happy black people playing on drums, on Supreme branded drums in Marcus Garvey Park. Oh man, Supreme. I fucking love you guys, man. Honestly, if you guys do any diversity hires, honestly, get me involved. I wonder if I remember like ages ago when Supreme London first opened, there was this story that went, I don't know if it's true, about that guy. What's his Lucian? I forgot his surname, but the Lucian guy, right? The skater. Who skates for Supreme and does stuff for Palace and shit. I remember there was a story that went around that he was one of the first people to, I think, work at the London store. And I think the story was that he got fired really quickly, like maybe within the first day or first week, because I guess he didn't turn up one day and he was too drunk or whatever, or I don't know, something, or he came late. I would love it, right, if he turned around now, because of all this stuff happening with Tremaine, and tried to say, "Oh, I got fired because of racism." That would be sick. Like, imagine if that happened. Imagine somebody from the store, which is usually a place where they just hire any fucking hood rat, any delinquent, with a fucking funny accent and a sovereign ring and, size 40 waist jeans, right? Imagine if one of those kids decided, you know what? Even though I got fired because I was a shitty sales assistant, or because my hand was in the till, or because I gave out too much discount, or because I was always late, even though I got fired for a actual valid reason, I'm going to just hide behind Tremaine and say it's racism. That would be wild, isn't it? Imagine if he was able to get away with that. Imagine if he could do that. You say, you know what? It's racism. That's why I fucking got fired. I would love to hear that. I swear to God, I really would. I wish that could be a thing. I really do. I doubt it, but that would be so funny if that happened. It's like if you're saying they're boying it White History Month chicken with belly, salt, lows. People saying that also. The people in the comments saying, really, the people in the comments. Okay, let's see. I didn't read the comments. Let me read the comments here. No way. Let's read the comments. So people in the comments saying, "See, Tremaine had a point." Honestly, man, but you just knew. Imagine if this was the fucking idea. This was the plan. Imagine Tremaine legitimately wanted to have like Tyshawn, fronting his campaign with an S whipped into his back as he's skating down the New York streets, jumping down fucking 32 stairs, 32 sets rather of stairs and stuff. Imagine if that was the case, and they were like, you know what, we don't want that. Or he wanted to kind of recreate this picture with like what's that guy's name, Sage Elsa, with his sister that models. Maybe he wanted to recreate this image, right, and have Sage and his sister recreate this image of Nas and Khalees at the Grammys when he wore the nigger shirt and she had the nigger varsity jacket on with the hard ER. Imagine that was the idea. That was the idea that they had, right? Fucking hell, man. Crazy shit. Or they had like this, right? They had like a Daniel Arsham, crumbling piece of artwork, and instead of it being a tape deck, it might have been one of the last plantations that was slave owners on, and it broke down, or or a box, like I don't know, man. The whole ideas behind it were fucking terrible. Anyway, let me just check the comments here quickly. I didn't check that. Thank you for the heads up there, my guy. Where is it? Let's do it again one more time. I want to see if this is true, actually. Let's see what they said in the comments. I want to see what these guys are saying. Let's see what the kids say. Were the kids able to connect the dots? Because I think they were trolling Tremaine. What did the kids say? Were the kids able to connect the dots? Were they saying that Tremaine had a point? Let's see. Let's see. Come on. Okay, cool. I can't wait till y'all be back again with them box logos. LMAO, posting this after being accused of racism. I'm not racist, I have black friends. Lols. Trying to beat the racism allegations. Supreme's PR team, systemic racism, release the drums. Oh, these comments are brilliant. Your public relations department's got good timing, but the systemic racism claims are not looking good. Colonial behavior straight up. Address the fact that your creative director quit because of systemic racism after being accused of racism. To be fair, credit to Supreme for not turning off the comments, like letting it run. Credit to them. Let's keep the open dialogue, man. LMAO to PR team overtime. Working overtime, sorry. Y'all posting this, but still ain't shipped my order. I love this. Good. Good troll. Good shit post. Let's continue here. Oh, come on. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a fucking jump scare, isn't it? Bloody hell, my friend. That is a jump scare. Let's move off from your face, please. I don't want to see it too tough. Posting this after getting called out for racism is crazy. Damage control as ad vibes. Had the issues in my car. I love how there's some people here complaining that they didn't get the dunks and also supporting Tremaine. So y'all not gonna address the racism issue, middle finger. Oh man, this is fucking brilliant, man. Fucking big up everybody out there. Addressing what they needed to address and saying what they need to say. I fucking love it. And then I actually want to check out and see if I can play this video actually, because I think this might have been what Tremaine may have needed to have done if he wanted to, make sure fucking Supreme did what he wanted them to do. Let me see if I can get this up here on the screen. Bear with me 1 second as this loads. What's it called? Let's see if it's suing. Yeah, there we go. I got it. Yeah, this is the one. Maybe this is what Tremaine should have done. Maybe Tremaine should have done this. Maybe Tremaine should have took a page out of this young man's book. And this is maybe something he should have done that would have maybe gotten the result he needed in terms of the collaboration with Arthur Jaffer at Supreme and shit. Maybe if he would have done that, he wouldn't have been forced to fucking resign. Maybe. Pay very close attention to this very brilliant advice you're going to get from a very, very, very smart individual in a second as this loads. Bear with me 1 second, but this is some very, very clever and interesting advice that I think a lot of people could benefit from. Let's let it load. But I think this is very, very, very on point. Is it playing? Yes, it's gonna play now. Boom. There we go.
I don't like interviewing celebrity rappers because it's cliche. I like to find people like before they blow. And a lot of my questions to them is why I'll ask them the same question. Have you ever worked a 9 to 5, or will you?
Yeah.
Or do you work a 9 to 5?
Yeah.
And
I sue every job I get.
Okay.
Yeah. What I do, I go on the job. I've sued Singular before, AT&T. I got $40,000 out of them in 2006, July 6, 2006, for race discrimination and sexual harassment. Quid quo pro sexual harassment. Just niggas cracking jokes on the job. Right? So what I did, I went and learned employment rights. My last 2 jobs, I got $10,000 out of that one through OSHA and got another $10,000 through OSHA. So what I do, I go find a job because I know they got niggas go be violating safety violations. So I'm gonna go complain about safety violations. I know some bitch ass supervisor go get mad about me complaining and start retaliating against me. Then I'm gonna make a call to OSHA and say, hey, they unsafe over here. And then I'm gonna let them know, yeah, I'm the one called OSHA. And they go fuck with me. And then I'm gonna make them pay me $10,000 for retaliation. I get them every time.
That's what Tremaine should have done. That's what Tremaine should have done. He should have walked in on pure smoke. He should have set them all up for the fail, right? Got them to fucking push back on his ideas. Question his viability for the job because of his race, whatever it may be. Put them into a position where they had to put you in a corner and then sue the arse cheeks off of them. alluded to the issues on podcasts, but not mentioned it in detail. You know, got people to talk about it, have had it be a big conversation piece like it is now. That's what he should have done. He should have went in with the sole intention of suing Supreme New NYC. That may have probably ended way better.
I get him every goddamn time. I get the warehouse job. Man, I work for a gun distribution company. I got they motherfucking ass. Yeah, I'm a bad motherfucker with suing jobs.
So you go in there knowing you about to get a job.
Man, if motherfucker know I'm going to go get a job, they already know I'm the slip and fall nigga. I'm talking about I got a 100% success rate in suing every job I done worked for, either through the EEOC or through OSHA.
Jesus
and I be
Christ.
trying to tell other niggas, say, homie, get in on it. They be scared. And then when I get them and they get fired, they call me back. Say, man, you think, no, nigga, I tried to tell you. When you read the employment rights, homie, they say race discrimination is broad. It's so open in America, homie, but the average employee is scared to say something. Sexual harassment, it goes on all the time. Niggas in the break room talking about who they fucked over the weekend. I'm sitting over there eating. I don't want to hear that shit. Nigga, I don't care about all them hoes. And you doing this every weekend? Well, at some point, I'm going to go to the HR lady and say, Larry and Leroy talking about women they sleep with every weekend, and they need to stop it. Well, guess what? They ain't going to stop it. And after that, I done already complained about it, because you have to make a complaint and let them know that you are uncomfortable with this conversation. Say, man, I don't want to hear that, homie. They think I'm just being a bullshit-ass nigga. They don't know me. So I done let them know. So on January 2nd, at 12:30, lunch break, Larry and Leroy were talking about fucking Sheila. So I'm going to keep documentation. So when I go to HR, I'm going to let HR know. Now they going to be fucking with me. Now I'm a snitch at work. So now they going to be talking about me, making my work environment a hostile working environment. By this time, I'm going to the EEOC and get them. We going to go to mediation. They going to ask me what I want. Yeah, and then that's when you tell them what you want. It's so easy to get. I ain't bullshit.
And every time you tell them 10 bands?
Well, OSHA.
Anyway, you get the gist, innit? You get the gist. Maybe if Tremaine had this sort of mindset, he may have got what he needed out of Supreme. But in the end, I guess it was a good thing. Each party kind of, walked away in, different directions and stuff, because I don't think it was a match really made in heaven, to be fair. Their, morals, principles didn't align. Tremaine decided to walk away. Fair play. I don't really agree with the characterization of what happened, but again, I wasn't there, so you can't tell somebody how to feel about certain experiences. And I think for everybody anyway, myself included, it's a lesson learned about how to approach these positions, how to manage them, what to expect before you go and work there. And most importantly, it's kind of a very stark reminder that for the most part, most of us out there probably don't need those big corporate jobs, because most of us probably don't know how to work in those big corporate industries with that kind of pressure, with that kind of like pushback, with that kind of oversight, micromanagement. Especially if you've been doing stuff on your own for a long time. It might look glitzy because you're going to get a consistent paycheck. There's going to be good opportunities, but you're going to have to give up a lot. And the stuff you're going to have to give up on a lot is very hard to swallow. Being told what to do when you've been running your own business for a long time. When you have, particular ideas that you feel would go a particular way, it's just difficult to kind of hear somebody push back. So I feel like this should be a reminder for a lot of people to maybe think twice before they take those big roles, especially if you've got your own thing going on. Not everything that shines, not everything that glitters is fucking beneficial for you. The grass isn't always green on the other side, and sometimes maybe slumming it out with your own brand in the meantime is maybe a better long-term thing to do than to run directly to the corporate jobs and those gigs and the illusion of fucking security, because it comes with its own issues and own problems and own requirements and own stresses that some of us can handle, some of us can't. And I think, you're probably better just, handling your own thing and going from there, really, or knowing what you're walking into and addressing it accordingly. Because I think there is a talent and a skill to knowing how to move in those spaces. Some of us don't have it. Some of us need to learn it. But I think being aware of where you stand is the best way to kind of go about things. So, safe journeys to Tremaine on his travels now going forward. I'm sure he'll be fine with Denim Tears and all these other projects. And again, Supreme have also learned on what to do and what not to do if they hire a new creative director. It is what it is. I've heard through the grapevine, and with something that I threw out as a theory, I was saying that most likely a good option of somebody to kind of pull in might be a cactus plant flea market, cactus plant flea market, right? That woman that does that. And from what I've heard, they're already working in-house at Supreme anyway, doing some bits and bobs. I thought that would be a good option because of the range of stuff that they produce over the year for their own brand and collaborations and shit. They do flip and churn out a lot of things, even though I don't like what they do. But I've heard a lot of people in that team, or maybe that particular person, woman that founded that company, is working in-house at Supreme. So, and I'd also imagine there's going to be a queue of people. I bet James Jebbier's inbox and whoever's involved in the HR recruiting at Supreme, I bet their inbox is flooded with resumes from people who say, I will take that job. I would gladly not do a fucking, slavery celebration t-shirt if that means I get the job. You know what I mean? There's plenty of people who would probably run and legitimately kill their mother to get that role, which is the funny thing about it. So it kind of is what it is. Anyways, moving on from that one, quickly to mention these. This is courtesy of my favorite sneaker account, sneaker Twitter account on Twitter itself, formerly known as Twitter, of course, is the one and only Sockjig. Also, check out his podcast, a very good sneaker podcast that exists out there. Probably one of my favorites, to be honest. A lot of the other ones are a little bit cringe, but he posted this picture, which is pretty sick, of these up and coming, I'm assuming, SSENSE exclusive Salomon XT-6s. And I'm a little bit conflicted because I fucking hate Salomons just because of the kind of people that wear them and the fact that they've now become the most trendy shoe to exist of trendy shoes. I think they're even more popular than fucking Panda Dunks, especially in my part of London. Everybody seems to have a pair, especially people that you don't want to look like. So it seems a bit annoying, but I have to be honest, these particular Salomon XT-6s are gorgeous. The one thing that I love about them most is this amazing neon green counter that you have here on the midsole that kind of helps to break up some of the color, and you got a bit of the blue midsole here towards the bottom. You got a little bit of black, it looks like, and some brown on the top bits, but this green sort of hit on the midsole is really something that kind of just hits me, because it's something, nothing I love better than neon green, one of my fucking favorite colors. So I love the look of these. Not too sure when they're going to come out, not sure if they already come out already. No real release date at all, no information apart from what Sockjig posted. First look at the Salomon XT-6 Gore-Tex Essence exclusive colorway, so I can't wait for these to eventually drop. The funny thing about these, if they are Essence exclusive colorway, it seems like there'll be one of those things where it's not a collaboration. It's not like Essence picked the colorway, but it might be Salomon are doing something that Nike used to do back in the day. Nike back in the day would have Nike Co.jp exclusive colorways, so stuff only sold in the Japanese market. Those weren't shoes made by anybody in particular. They were just shoes only particularly sold in Japanese markets. But it kind of allowed different accounts in different parts of the world to have different exclusive type of shoes. And they used to do that a lot back in the day, Nike, but they don't anymore. So it'd be cool if Salomon basically took that same idea and applied it to these, and were able to kind of have these, store or region specific colorways. That would be quite cool, because then that would mean it's kind of limited, but not really, because, Essence is, a huge online retailer, so they're obviously going to have a lot of stock, but it also will mean that you're not going to see every Tom, Dick and Harry wearing these, because they're not going to be selling these in office or size and shit. So I really fucking love the look of these. They look fucking incredible. I want a pair so fucking bad. And then the other pair that I'm a bit conflicted about, because I fucking hate the brand, is these Salomon and Palace shoes. They look really good also, especially the black pair. I fucking love a good pair of all black shoes. So these are not the X2, they're not the XT6s, which I love. That's my favorite model. This is called an XT Wingers 2. I'm not really familiar with the model. They look kind of similar to the XT6s, but not really. But this is the model that Salomon are doing with Palace. It's meant to be coming out soon. There's one all white colorway and an all black colorway. Obviously the all black colorway is the one that I'm looking at for the most part, but they do look fairly decent. There's not a lot of branding on them, so maybe I could, if I'm such a hater of fucking Palace, I could in theory cut the logo off and the tabs, right, and the fucking the label, and maybe stick some duct tape over the fucking heel tab, so I don't have Palace on my heel as I'm walking around. But they look really nice, man. I like the look of these. They look really, really good. The all black pairs are fucking bonkers looking. So fucking nice. I'd wear the fuck out of these all fucking day, right? I'll be stomping around Clapton and Hackney Wick and fucking New Cross and Brixton and shit, right? I'll be stomping around in these things, looking all trendy and cool. These look really fucking good. I love the look of these, actually. So there's two new Salomons coming out. Obviously, I would obviously go for the Essence one first because they're not a collaboration with Palace, and I don't wear fucking Palace. But if I had to wear a pair, I may have to wear the blacks and maybe sharpie out the logos and snip off the fucking Palace tab that exists here on the top or something. So those are two shoes coming very soon. Keep an eye out on all the main platforms to find out when they do release. I'm not really too sure when, but you're going to have to keep an eye out when they do release. Next, I want to send out some good vibes to the one and only Michael Bibi. He posted an update regarding his cancer treatment. He posted a post here with him in the hospital. I'm not too sure if it's a recent picture. I'm assuming it is. And it also features a caption that says, "I will not let cancer win. I will never stop the fight. Each day I grow strong and it's getting weaker. With these words, all of us and all of your support, I will and I'm succeeding one day at a time. Fuck you, cancer. You picked the wrong one." So it's good to see him in good spirits. Good to see him fighting. Good to see him still giving it a good go. And, you know, thoughts and prayers go out to Michael Bibi. Hopefully he gets well very, very soon, and we see him back out doing what he knows best behind the ones and twos, entertaining crowds and, you know, producing music and all that good stuff that we know him for. But yeah, fuck cancer. It sucks to see him like this, and I hope he gets well very, very soon. Moving on from that, I want to quickly talk about what am I talking about? This is that. Oh, it's about this. Cool. Let's go with this. So, I was saying earlier before, like, no, let's just go this. Let's go here. Let's move there. Let's not go there. Let's go here. I'm kind of happy and kind of glad that the whole Nigo and BAPE thing ended the way it ended. If you're not familiar with it, essentially Nigo, you know, went bankrupt and had to have IT, the holding company, come out and basically, you know, take over BAPE and buy him out for a crazy nominal fee. I think it might have been $1 million or something. And since then, since Nigo has left BAPE and gone to do his own thing, human made, and now he's at Kenzo, BAPE is now still around, but it's been run into the ground by IT because they are fucking producing some of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life when it comes to BAPE. And I've stopped paying attention to BAPE. I don't wear it at all. The only things I wear are the vintage BAPE from when Nigo was around. I usually buy a lot of it on eBay and other places and shit because you can pick it up for cheap, because nowadays kids only care about the new shit, so the cheap stuff is the old stuff is still going for cheap prices. But sometimes I see some new BAPE on my timeline and I think to myself, oh my fucking God, I'm so happy I don't wear this new shit anymore. And one of the best examples of it was these particular pictures from their Spring Summer 2024 show. And in case you're wondering, yes, BAPE nowadays have fashion shows, runway shows. And at this runway show, they debuted a pair of BAPE and MSCHF shoes. The Astro boots that MSCHF were known for a few months back that went fucking super crazy viral, all in red. BAPE have now done their own version of it with the camo on them. And oh my God, how fucking awful. If this was ever a sign that BAPE, if you ever needed a sign that BAPE was dead, this is it. This is the biggest sign that you need that it's over for BAPE. Like, I can't imagine anything worse. I thought the BAPE and Puma collabo was awful. The BAPE and New Balance collabo was awful. The BAPE and Adidas collaborations were awful, especially the newer ones, right? I thought those things were bad. But these MSCHF boots might be one of the horrible things I've ever seen. The MSCHF boots, anyway, were fucking awful. I hated them. I hated everything about those MSCHF boots. I hated the troll around them of trying to take them off and wearing them in different places and skating them. I fucking hated everything about it. Congrats to them for a great marketing plan, but I hated the boots. But now you're slapping the iconic BAPE camo all over them? You guys need to fuck yourself. I fucking hate you and hate everything about you. And then there's another one pair here with the green camo that look even worse, right? The iconic green camo you got here. Like, the thing that makes these things look worse is actually the split. The split of the print or maybe of the mold where they kind of stick two parts of the mold together. That's what actually makes it even worse. The quality control is so bad nowadays at BAPE that they don't even have the patience or the wherewithal to fucking line up the camo print. It's just been, you know, whatever way this ended, the other place started, wherever it started. No fucking quality control, no attention to detail, no nothing. Just pure unadulterated vibes. I fucking hate them. It looks so fucking bad. And I'm just so happy I don't wear this version of BAPE anymore. Like, can you imagine pulling up to the spot wearing those on your feet thinking you're doing something? Like, for real. Can you imagine thinking you're doing something wearing these fucking obscene, horrendous monstrosities on your feet? I can't imagine anything fucking worse. Legitimately one of the worst things I've seen in my entire fucking life. Oh, and it never ends. If you thought that was bad, they even make them in blue. It never fucking ends. There's a blue version of the fucking boots. Holy shit, blue camo. So fucking horrible, man. Like, even this lady's outfit the outfit next to the person isn't that bad, but look at this, the hair and makeup. Like, what is this? This is not the BAPE that I know. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's just, honestly, Stussy's still around doing bits, Supreme's still doing bits, but BAPE has fallen off so badly. As soon as Nigo, Skatefing, and all those guys left, I stopped paying attention. But yeah, BAPE is collaborating with MSCHF. Boots coming soon. If you want them, get them. If you wear them around me, I might kick you in the nuts. So, you know, keep that in mind. And this is the packaging in case you wait to see what they're going to look like in the box. Fucking hell. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Look. Can you see that shit? Please. Please, for the love of God. Please, no more. Oh, anyway, we move. We fucking move. I don't have anything more to do with that at all. I swear to God. Moving on from that, let's talk about this. Where is it? Oh, it's all right. This, yeah, there we go. This. So this is courtesy of Hypebeast regarding a Cold War and Timberland linking up. I have to give a Cold War a lot of credit because I feel like their Timberlands collaborations actually make me want to wear Timberlands. I was one of those idiots that believed that Timberlands was racist because of the tree, and allegedly the tree was the tree they used to hang black people on and shit. I don't know why I believed that fucking nonsense, but I never wore Timberland boots because of that, right? And then I found that through some smarter people that shit isn't actually true. So I'm now, you know, open to wearing some Timberlands. But sometimes the boot shape can be a bit weird and kind of look weird on my feet and shit. But I love what a Cold War have done with the classic Timberland boot, because I feel like this is something I would wear in a heartbeat. Because to be honest, it looks a little bit like a Rick Owens boot. That's probably why I like them. They look a little bit like a Geo basket in terms of a Timberland boot. If you're not looking at the picture, essentially it's the classic Timberland boot that you all know and love in a black, but essentially they have taken away the laces and made it all one piece kind of looking on the upper, and it has this really sleek design. Maybe the sole has been thickened up a little bit, but I like just the upper shape of it. It looks so fucking good, and I think it's like a nubuck or a suede type of material. I'm not really too sure. I might have to read the description after a while, but they look so great. And then on the instep, you got this nice chunky zip, and then you obviously you can open it up and kind of fit into them a little bit more easy. But I love how these look. They've got a bit of a split here, so you can kind of open up a bit at the top. They look really great. You got a little bit of the logo here on the front of the toe box. That looks really cool. Only thing issue with this is kind of been screen, I guess, embossed or something. So after a few wears, this might end up flaking off, which might actually make it look cooler, to be fair, over time. But I do like the fact that these will scuff up and pick up a lot of marks because it looks like it might be nubuck in the upper material. So I do actually like the actual look of it. And I like the look of it more so when you see a picture of somebody actually wearing them on foot. Like, look how good these look looking down on your feet, because this is a good test of a boot. Look how good these look from the top down. They look fucking gorgeous, man. Like, so well fucking done. They kind of remind me a little bit of the Air Force One that they made back in the day. These shoes I'm not really the biggest fan of again, but I don't know what the version of this shoe is called, but they actually do make them look quite decent at the top here. I'm not sure if that is a Gore-Tex upper, it looks like, I think so. I'm not really too sure. But let's just check. The other picture I thought that made them look really good is this lifestyle image here on their Instagram. this lifestyle image with the guy wearing some nice baggy socks and some shorts and shit or whatever it may be, or jorts. These make them look really fucking good. Like, I want a pair so bad. Like, look at that. They styled them in this shoot really well. They look amazing, these Timberlands. I'm sure they're going to be crazy expensive, don't get me wrong. And I'll probably end up having to wait to get them on sale. But they look so fucking good. I want a pair of these so badly. So anyway, the blurb, courtesy of Hyperbeast. It says, a Cold War's teaming up a second installment with Timberland as a part of the company's Future 73 initiative. This sees a number of good global tastemakers reimagine the brand's catalogue, which lists British designer Samuel Ross as he represents. What does that even mean? Yo, Hypebeast writers, bro. He represents. Okay, whatever. Starting with the premium 6-inch zip boot, Ross characteristically opts for a minimal aesthetic as he dresses the shoe down in a supple jet black regenerative leather across the upper. What's a regenerative leather? Is that another word for saying nubuck? Regenerative leather. Huh. Which is equipped with a hefty lug outsole and a sleek side zipper by the inside. For more low top, there's a free eye lug shoe, which is complemented by water resistance Gore-Tex line on the top, which is similarly rugged and outsole. Okay, cool. So the lowest, this shoe, the free-hole one, is Gore-Tex, which is quite nice. So you can stomp around in the rain with these on. You could jump in Clapton Pond and actually be okay. Nice to fucking see. And again, talking about somebody representation, right? Like, talking about representation and shit. Samuel Ross just does the thing. No big brouhaha. No fucking massive manifesto. He's not fucking. Yeah, I mean, he's not fucking got pictures of, who's that guy again? Martin Lawrence on a t-shirt. Yeah, I mean, trying to depict black pain, RIP to him, but do you know what I mean? He's not doing all that shit. He's just showing and proving by works and deeds. So big up Samuel Ross and the team at Cold War. The collection is going to be available on August 29th, so it's already available now. Let's actually see what the price is saying and if it's sold out or not. I'm saying 300, right? Let me say, I'm saying about 300. Let's say I'm saying 300 in terms of price. Let's see if it's available. Is it on the main page? Yes, there it is there, right? Let's see. Shot the collection. I'm saying 375 is my guess in terms of retail. Let's see if it's more. If it's $5, that's wild. Let's see. I like how they got my man to sit on the box because he's too short. This guy from what's this? I forgot the brand or the shop he has. I forgot his name, but they got him sitting on the box. Let me see how much the boots are. Let's see if we can get them here. Oh shit. Oh, $295. Okay, decent. $295. I ain't too mad at that. I'm not too mad at that. $295. Not mad at out of the slightest, to be fair. That's okay. Oh yeah, that's his name, Humberto Leon. Yeah, from Opening Ceremony. The amount of stuff I got on sale at Opening Ceremony back in the day, man. I still remember, what was that brand called? Was it Peg Leg? I must have bought like 4 tracksuits from Peg Leg back in the day, like floral ones. I don't even know where they are. I don't even know where, if I lost them. I don't know where they are. But I bought like 3 of those fucking tracksuits. Like, I think I paid more for shipping than I paid for them individually. They had some crazy sale back in the day. So yeah, the boots I want, they all sold out, unfortunately. So, you know, it's not happening. It all sold out, as you can see there. Only size 7 is left, but they are only $295, £300. So yeah, not too bad. PGL loves Peg Leg. Yeah. PGL getting PTSD from hearing them. But yeah, fuck a survey, fuck off. But yeah, nice shoes. I didn't even see the sole was really icy as well, so they look fucking fantastic. Big up Samuel Ross for doing the damn thing. Big up Samuel Ross for doing the damn thing. Then I want to talk about a little bit here some Stussy fall winter 2023 shit, because I haven't actually checked through this. This is courtesy of their fall 2023 lookbook via the site. I'm sure most of it is already available because some of it already dropped, as you can see here, on August 18th. But there is a lookbook here for Stussy fall 2023. I feel like Stussy, similar to Supreme, do a good job nowadays of just churning out you know, at minimum 7 out of 10 collections. I think Stussy in the last few years actually has probably surpassed Supreme in terms of their consistency and levels of their actual collections. They're actually better. And I feel like nowadays, especially, that's why I had a lot of sympathy for Tremaine and his plight. I feel like it's very difficult if you're a Supreme designer to get the kids to actually spend their money with you, because they've got so many brands now they can kind of spend their money with. So the competition is fucking crazy. So these legacy brands like Stussy are still doing bits. These little Instagram brands are still doing bits and shit. Then you've got all the local brands still doing bits. It's hard to compete for the dollar when everybody's fucking doing bits. But anyway, that being said, looking at what I see here, I love this ensemble. This good little, you know, I love a good top and bottom. You know me, and I love a good top and bottom, especially with some nice little prints here. This looks really beautiful. The camo cargos are decent. Jacket, I'm not really too fond of. These shorts are great. These fleece shorts with this kind of lava-esque pattern on them look really cool. I also like the Air Max Pluses. I'm not too sure if they're a collaboration, the TNs. And you got Stussy socks. Oh, Stussy socks that say Stussy at the front and the back. Yeah, I'm for that. I like this vest. It's really cool. The pants, the shape on those pants is fucking phenomenal actually. They rest really well. The hoodie with the script logo on the hood is nice. So is this sweatshirt, or the sweater, sorry. The pants are really cool too. Dr. Myers, I'm not really too bothered about it. Oh, this down jacket is beautiful in the lime green. Yeah, that's me all over. That neon jacket here is me all over. I'm looking for you. I guess it's the same jacket. It also comes in blue. Nice to see there with an red lining. That whole look, I'd wear that every single day if needed. There's also a nice little down jacket in purple here. It's a different design, and nice little snakeskin print and pants there. The cars next to them in the lookbook are really cool as well. Some nice taste in some Jeeps here. I'm seeing some good trucks. Overshirt here is pretty decent, but again, this is giving undercover cop, so I'm not really too fond of these. The snakeskin top to go with the pants is really nice, as is the pants. The styling is really good too. Whoever styles these lookbooks, you deserve a round of applause, please, continuously. You style these things really well. I love how they always resist the urge to have everything matching. Sometimes they break it up, you know what I mean? I think that's a nice little touch. And obviously the models always look really fucking cool. These double knee pants are fucking amazing, as is the denim top. Baseball jacket is fine, but the numbers on the front's a bit too much for me. Oh, look at the cars. You got a BMW here, you got a muscle car. Like, fuck me. The cars in these lookbook are beautiful also. Oh, I love the vest actually. It's giving church, but I like it. Also, this hoodie, this jumper is not too fond of this look actually with the jumper. I'll pass on that. The dice is pretty cool logo. I'm sure the kids are going to be all over this because the kids on TikTok fucking love the Stussy dice logo. They fucking love it. And the Lucky 8 ball as well. They fucking love all that shit. This fleece vest is beautiful, as are the shorts. I love the boots. The fireman-esque boots look like Red Wings. I've got a couple of pair of those I haven't worn yet still. I was on my Kanye thing with them. The tie-dyed cable knit sweatshirt is really nice as well. Cable knit jumper is decent. The Dice logo bomber jacket is okay. I like the lava fleece. That I think is already sold out actually. This cardigan's really nice, but it's giving the cardigan's giving fucking awesome. It's giving Jason Dill, this cardigan, but I do like it. Look at the cars, man. The cars are beautiful in this thing. I'm sure that's a BM. I'm pretty sure that's a BMW. I may be mistaken. I'm pretty sure that's a BMW. I like this quilted shirt jacket thing is pretty decent. Nice mesh net there. 8 ball. Good. Oh, look at that. Look at that. This actually looks a little bit like what's her name? This looks a bit like Vashti, innit? This is giving Vashti. Or what's his face? Or ASAP Ferg's girlfriend. I forgot her name. She's a photographer. It's kind of like something that she would wear, innit? It's like tomboy chic. I kind of like this. Really looks good. The styling on the Stussy lookbooks is always fantastic. You got some old school Jeeps and Land Rovers here in the background too. This pile fleece type of overshirt thing is also really cool. This surf logo mesh football jersey is brilliant, as is this shirt jacket too. Oh, there's all too much good shit here. Too much good shit, as you can tell as I'm scrolling through. It's all there, all amazing. Oh, cool. They got the styling name now, the person. So big up Michael Martin Del Campo. You are an amazing stylist. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it, my friend, because you make these fucking lookbooks pop. And of course, photographer Leah McRae and models Deja and Tosh and Nas. Big up them. I'm lucking Stussy for 2023. Anyway, moving on to the last piece in today's proceedings that I wanted to touch upon is this interview with Chippy Nonstop. I haven't listened to it, so I want to listen to a bit of it while we speak here on this stream, and I want to see Wagwan with Chippy Nonstop. If you're not too familiar with Chippy Nonstop, she is a fairly she splits opinion within the techno scene because of her DJ style, because of her skill or lack thereof, because maybe what she looks like, I'm not really too sure, because maybe the music taste, whatever. She has divided a lot of opinion, and some of her opinions online also, in terms of representation and how she's treated in club spaces and shit, has sometimes not really sat well with some people. So I'm interested to see what she has to say about herself, because she doesn't have the best reputation out there. She doesn't have the best reputation, and she's been a very controversial figure over the years. So I'm curious to see what she has to say in these interviews, because if you just type in her name on fucking Twitter, as I did earlier today, you'll see a lot of people saying some interesting things here about her. I don't know who Chippy Nonstop is. What are people saying here about her on Twitter? Maybe because someone's spoken about the fucking interview. Has anyone said anything here? I think Chippy Nonstop is at the White Hotel. I don't know, fam. Take the spot. Is ready. They think Chippy Nonstop was changing. They didn't see my first little fingers on the jog wheel 24 hours before. I see Chippy Nonstop was getting some serious ground after a Mixed Mag video went viral. Happy to see it. Oh, the Mixed Mag interview, I think I played that live stream. I think it was a very bad one, if I'm not mistaken. She was clanging quite a bit. I think I might have spoken about it on my stream once. Why Chippy Nonstop video, the hardest video on the internet. Toronto is back. Massive love to Chippy Nonstop. Blah, 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 blah. So let's see what she has to say in this interview with Playful Magazine. Here she is now. Let's see what she's saying. And then we can continue. Oh, come on, play, you fucking cunt. There you go.
Welcome to Playful Podcast, your guide into the underground scene where we discover topics
Yeah.
as well as why she's scared that the techno scene is completely losing its roots. And
She started off the interview with bare feet, with her feet out and shit. God damn it, Chippy. I wanted to watch this, man, without having to bath. What are you doing, young woman? But anyway, let's let her rock.
For me, understand that actually created the music, because then it will never lose that energy or like the roots of where it came from.
What does that mean? Does that mean she's going to give up her spot and give it to some black person or something? Like, what's she talking about here?
Thank you so much for coming.
Hello,
I'm so excited to
hi.
have you here.
Thank you for having me.
If we would start right in, like, how would you describe yourself if you were using 3 words?
Okay, so should I introduce myself now?
Yeah, sure. They are gonna know who you are. But yeah, do it if you want.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm Chippy Nonstop. I'm a DJ, I produce and I do vocals and do a lot of community work with workshops and also events and stuff like that. If I was describing me right now, one word would be tired. But I mean, I think like it's hard to sum me down in 3 words for sure, but I would say, I don't know, it's hard to say because I feel like it changes from year to year, and especially like I feel in the last like few years I've like grown a lot, and I feel like the words have changed, and even the words that my friends would probably describe me as have probably changed. But I think maybe like confident is definitely one of them.
This is giving job interview, innit? This is giving fucking job interview. How do you describe yourself? Name one quality people think you can improve on. Come on, man. We need to up the charisma a little bit. Maybe she gets comfortable later on, but we need to fucking up the charisma. Come on, Chippy. Give us something.
Other one. Oh wait, can I say bad words?
Yeah.
Fuck, what would I say? Confident, passionate, and I don't know what the third one. Tired.
I love that. But you also said you're pretty often tired.
Yeah. Well, recently I've just been exhausted, but I'm trying to get my energy back up. After this next 2 weeks, I have a little bit less crazy schedule, so I want to get my energy right after that. But yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
But you said it's been changing a lot since you were younger.
Yeah.
So like, because one thing we also just talked about when you arrived here was that you've been moving around like crazy. Like that's also part of your story.
Yeah.
And you were born in Dubai.
Yeah, well, it's close to Dubai. I just say Dubai because it's easier for people to understand, but it's called Sharjah. So it's right next to Dubai, basically, yeah.
And then you lived in Zambia?
And then we moved to Zambia. My dad worked for Lipton, like the tea company, and like he had to transfer every 3 years to a new place. Yeah, and a lot of like people had to do that worked at that company, like Unilever. So he moved. He had to move every 3 years, and then he was getting again transferred to another place in Africa. And my mom was like, I don't want to be in Africa anymore, because there would be like days that like we lived in Zambia, and there would be like days that, you know, like there was a coup d'etat while we were there where the government was being overthrown, and like we couldn't go to school some days. And it was just like, it was a good place for us to grow up because we had so much space, and like, you know, you're in Africa and like seeing so many different things in the world. But it was a good place to be at the time that I was. But my parents didn't want me to like, you know, be there like as we were getting, me and my.
She used to, what Colin's saying, she was even a worse rapper than DJ. She pretended to have immigration issues when she quit. Really? I would hate to hear her rap, man. Like, if her rapping is anything, if her DJing is any inclination of how she raps or the voice, it must be horrendous, personally. It doesn't sound that great. She's found like a good, that's the thing I don't mind though about the scene in general. She's jumped around from, you know, different scenes here and there, done different things, but then you found your footing, you know, being a techno quote unquote DJ. I think that's quite cool because it shows perseverance. It also shows how open the scene is in terms of allowing people to kind of, you know, chase their dreams and shit and try new things. And she found, you know, kind of her thing in this kind of space. It's just a shame, skill wise, she's just not that great, and the, you know, her taste in music isn't for me personally. That's the only problem, really, to be honest. I don't really mind too much her trolly personality, but it's just more so like she's quite, you know, objectively speaking, she's a terrible DJ. That's the only problem I have with it, really, to be fair. I just wish she'd be a bit better, but hey, we all can't be fucking Seth Troxler, innit?
My brother were getting older, so yeah, they didn't really know where to go. So my dad like quit his job and everything and was trying to figure out where to go. And Canada was the option. And then we went back to Dubai for a bit, and he was just trying to figure out what to do. And then he got an offer to move to America.
We need to speed this up, man. Let's come get some juicy stuff. Come on, man.
Everyone has their like childhood friends that they met from.
We don't care. Move stuff. What's going on?
They realize that's not true. That there's borders in the world. Even necessarily call it hip hop, like, but like I would rap on music, but the influences were.
What does it sound like? I bet this sounds horrible. Let me play something on my phone. I don't want to get copyright strike. Let's see what it sounds like. What does Chippy Nonstop rapping sound like? I bet this is terrible. I'm gonna regret this, but let's see what this sounds like. Chippy Nonstop, right? Let's see that it comes up. Let's check my phone. What does this rapping music of hers sound like? Let's go to the oldest thing. She's got a song with Krayshawn. I didn't know this. I've not known about this girl at all until I saw her DJing, to be fair. So everything I'm hearing is all gonna be new to me. Let's hear the song with Krayshawn. Let's see what this sounds like. 2012. Choc Choc. Oh, it's playing for the headphones, that's why. What? Actually, you know what? It's better to do this. Let's do this. Let's go on Genius. Let's see what it sounds like on Genius. So Chippy Nonstop. What's it called? Choc. What is that? Spell that? Choc. Or chook. How do you fucking pronounce that? Let's see what the lyrics are saying on Genius. Let's see what her bars are saying here on fucking Genius. Let's see what the bars are saying. Chippy Nonstop. I'ma turn it on with a bang. Tararam pum, yeah, high tar. Give a bitch a bone. Take her ass home. Preschool. Hit him with the bomb diggy. She got a verse? Okay, this is the verse. What is this? Her language or something? Din taka naka din. It's my song. Chippy on the beat, so you know I got it going on. I'ma tame that beast, boy. Put you to the test. Ekdonteen, bitch. Forget about the rest. Sipping with the goons, yeah, we sipping with a double cup. We boss tycoons, yeah, me and Cray, we so fucked up. Tauba din kahagaya. This is the end, bitch. Come on, say a prayer. Yo, it's a good thing she made it as a DJ, bro. I swear to God. Let's see something else. Boom shakalaka boom. Yo, what are these bars, man? What other song has she got here as a top song? She got a song with G-Eazy. Yo, I didn't know nothing about that. That's fucking wild. She's got a song with G-Eazy, Krayshaw, Ryan Hemsworth, Andy Mininoki. She's got a song with Major Lazer. She was what Major Lazer song does she have here? Let me play this. What does this sound like? I don't remember her Major Lazer. Major Lazer, Wind Up. What the fuck does that sound like? Major Lazer, Wind Up. What? Okay, Elephant Man. Okay, I don't see the Chippy version. Let's write Chippy. See if she's got the version of. Oh, I didn't spell it right. Chippy. Let's see if that's there. Okay, I can't find it. There's like a version of Major Lazer. She's got. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's just pick one. Let's go for the G-Eazy version. 16K views. Let's see what her bar is saying on this song called Out of Pocket from 2011. Fucking hell. Look at the bars. Look at the bars. Out of pocket. Out of pocket. Out of pocket. Out of pocket. Okay, let's go for the verse. Out of pocket. Okay, come on, there we go. Okay. Check it. Chippy on the mic, like you fucking grenade. What? Like you in a fucking grenade. MC Chippy, yo, this pussy's like a razor blade. Call me when you get paid. Yo, I'm free-minded. You do what your producers say. Haters be hating. Lickety lick, one time that slutty tip. Making bake this jump off the nigga's dick. Whoa! Excuse me? What did you say? Didn't she say she's from fucking Dubai? Why she say nigga? Yo, someone call Tremaine. Someone get Tremaine on the phone. Why is she saying nigga? Someone get Tremaine on the phone. Making beg this jump off the nigga's dick. Lickety lick, one time that slutty tip. Make beg this jump off the nigga's dick. Yo, someone get Tremaine on the fucking line, man. What the fuck is this? How dare you? How dare you? Someone gather the troops. Someone take a DJ spot. Someone take her bookings and give them all to me. She said N-word. Racismo. Gather the troops. BLM officers from all around the world. Meet me at Myland Station at 6 p.m. and make flow so sexy it'll make you want to strip. Flow so sexy it'll make you want to strip. Good thing she stopped rapping, man, because yo, out of pocket. Okay, cool. Let's go back to the interview. Fucking no, Chippy.
Still electronic music from the beginning. Like,
wow.
I always like listened to more electronic-y sounding music, like, or the influences were always from that. Like, one of my big influences in the beginning, like when I was like older, like, and you know, buying my own music and stuff like that, was
Please don't say FX Twin, please.
like MIA, and she was
Thank
like
God.
one of the only, you know, or she was the only brown woman in the scene also. So she was like a huge influence, and her influences were also like kind of like borderless. She was influenced by like Sri Lankan music, Indian music, African music. Looking back at all her old albums and stuff, you know, there was such a world influence. And I think I really related to that because I had lived so many places, and also I was, you know, a woman of color, which was like rare.
What about Steve? What about Steve Aoki? What about Karen O? Those are some pretty prominent brown musicians out there, right? What about Aquafina? Why wasn't Aquafina someone you looked up to?
In that space. And then yeah, so I was really influenced by her in my like early teens.
Yeah. Does your parents also, are they interested in music, or?
Well, my dad, like, even till this day, like,
oh my God, you know what I hate? You know what I hate the most? Whenever you ask an artist about their inspirations, they always lie about their inspirations because you can just make up a fucking fake narrative about how you got started, right? I was always into this stuff. When I was 7 years old, I was listening to fucking, you know, I don't know, Ricardo Villalobos or something when I was growing. It's all fucking nonsense, right? But the one I love the most is when it's asking about your family. They're like, yeah, when I was younger, there'd always be music playing in the house. My dad had a vinyl collection. My mom was a singer. My dad was in a band. Bruh, come on. Be real. Be real. Most of the time, your dad's telling you to fucking turn that music off. They're fucking throwing your CDs out in the bin. Do you know what I mean? Or you live in a household where they don't let you play music. Like, let's be fucking real. Like, this whole made up story that everybody kind of grows up in a house full of music, that's why they chose to do music, is fucking bullshit, man. Stop the cap. Just say you like the music. No one else liked it. It's okay to just start from yourself.
My mom gets so annoyed. Like, he's just blasting music all around the house all day, like from all kinds of different music from around the world.
Yeah.
And so he listens to a lot of music, and I introduced him to like some techno too, and like he was like listening to Acid, like this one Acid DJ Pierre mix for like 6
DJ Pierre. Well, yeah, true. Okay.
months. It was on loop in our house like forever. So like, yeah, he loves music, and
yeah,
my mom
exactly unlost. My dad was playing Burial in a car for me when I was 4. Exactly. Yeah, my dad was like a big fan of Arca before the transition. It's like, isn't he? Anyway.
was a dance teacher growing up, so I loved dancing too, and so I would go to all her like classes, and I would like just sit there and watch, and I would memorize the dances as a kid. And
I just want someone to be honest and to say, hey, my dad worked as my mom was a cleaner. My dad worked as a fucking construction guy. They didn't give a fuck about music, but they supported my dreams anyway. Why is that not a good story to tell? Why does it be a fake story about my dad owned a radio station? He used to be a DJ in his community. He loved fucking, I don't know. Like, come on, man. Really? Like,
and my mom would be like, how did you memorize the whole dance like in your head like that? So yeah, like I grew up around a lot of like music and different things, and all our cultures are like all the cultures I've been around, like Arab, Indian, African cultures, are like the base of it is music, you know, and all celebrations, you know, you play so much music, and yeah, so every situation, music was being played around the house, everywhere, any events, like all Indian events, like people are singing, dancing, things like that. So yeah, I was around a lot of music.
Did you always have somewhat of a self-confidence to do your thing and try new things and like be out there with it?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Like when people would come over, like to my parents' house and stuff when we were growing up, like I would be doing little shows and things like that. So yeah, I always had the
Oh my god, man, this sounds like a fucking story you'd hear on fucking X Factor or American Idol.
confidence.
Local talent show. Everyone come to see me perform. Yeah, all right, sure.
To just be out there.
I used to have a lemonade stand outside of my home, selling comic books from my fucking cupboard. That's why I got into business. Oh.
But it was weird because like I was all at the same time I was also kind of like I wouldn't say shy, but like kept to myself. Like at school and stuff, I wasn't like out there like talking to people and stuff like that. I was more like in my own world. But then I would go home like and be on the internet and be like talking to people. But yeah, like I wasn't really like very outgoing and
Okay, fast forward.
like obsessed with music, and she would go to like every single concert no matter what genre. And so like she also
School.
zine, and I was covering music, like, and I was still under, like I was young, like to go out in America you have to be 21, right?
Yeah.
So like yeah, I was just lying like everywhere and like
Shit, who dogs are?
on all my like resumes and like getting
Beautiful
jobs
coat.
at like magazines and getting like free tickets to go to shows because I also didn't have any money to go to shows to like cover them.
Okay, come on, get to some good
It turns
parts.
into like a techno rave in the evening, and it would be like in a broken down like a like haunted mansion looking place that's like abandoned, or like it would be in a parking lot with like abandoned boats and just like, and it was just like very punk, like, you know, everything about the Bay Area culture was very punk. Like even if it was playing electronic music, the energy was punk, you know.
Talking about Bay Area, wasn't the place? I think I remember correctly. Wasn't the place? Is the Bay Area San Francisco? Does that count, or is that different? Because I remember that really sad story about that iconic warehouse place thing burning down. I forgot. Do you remember that story about it burned down and loads of people died inside? I think they were either sleeping or high or whatever. It was really, really tragic. And I think there was a kind of and I think that's when I discovered this kind of alternative, almost hippie scene that existed on the outskirts, on the fringes, on the underground of fucking San Fran or the Bay Area. I forgot where it was. What it was called. Was that the pirate ship or something? I forgot what it was called. The place. Or is it saying that was in Oakland, but same area? Okay, cool. I remember that story. Reading about it many, 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 many years ago. Super, super sad, man. Let's continue.
Yeah, so like I feel like that also like influenced me so much, like just being like, you know, fuck the rules, like, you know, fuck, like feeling go like be punk, you know, basically. So that informed me a lot. And yeah, so a lot of my, I feel like energy and the way I like mix or like play music or think about music also comes from the feeling of like punk culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's something people still like today connect.
Is the interviewer bored? Yeah. Is she bored?
About music also comes from the feeling of like punk culture.
Yeah.
I got half an hour more of this shit. Is the interviewer bored? Oh shit, bless the host. She looks fucking bored. Yeah, cool. Nah, first you were in talent shows, having your own shows. Your dad was a DJ, your mum was a pop star, now you're a punk person. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's something people still like today connect a lot with also the electronic, especially techno.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
brilliant.
Of the scene. But then you moved from LA to Toronto.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
What happened?
I kind of just fall
Let's
into
go.
doing whatever the situation is. Like I would be like, I was dancing on stage like just at a party or whatever, and I met someone who worked for Diplo, and they had known me because I was on the internet on Twitter, just like aggressively tweeting, and so they knew me like from online, and then they were like, oh, like come to the studio, like make some songs, like, and I like didn't even really know how to make, like I had made songs on like GarageBand or whatever at home, but I'm still young at this point. I don't know that much.
How old are you at this point?
I think maybe like about like 20. Yeah, 19. I'm 31 now, so yeah. But yeah, I had put out music already at this point. Like I had an EP, and it had a song called Kicked Out the Club on it, and it was like the breakthrough song on the project. But yeah, it wasn't like huge or anything, but like it got like a lot of like views on Tumblr and things. But yeah, like people were kind of like or like taking influences from it, because it was a mix of like a hip hop record, but all the beats like kind of were pretty electronic. And I like one of the songs was like a Jersey club like vibe. Another, like a lot of the songs, one of the songs I was like screaming, and I had like metal like on it. Like it was random, but it made sense. So yeah, it was like a lot of people I think on the internet were like listening to it, but it wasn't getting like mainstream attention or anything. But yeah, like because of that project, I was like getting hit up by a bunch of like random people to get on their songs. And then also, there was a producer in LA that wanted to steal like one of the melodies from my songs for one of their bigger artists.
Oh.
Yeah, and then but the artist actually ended up knowing me. Like we knew each other because we'd like partied together or something. And she was like, oh no, I'm not gonna steal from her. Let's fly her out and have her write on the record. So luckily it was a person I knew, and someone that's an amazing person. So they're not like in the industry anymore, so I don't want to like say their name. But yeah, so
How
anyway,
convenient. How convenient is that?
I started like,
as that fucking Cardi B meme would say, how convenient is that?
Writing a lot of music for other people, and I kind of stopped making anything for myself.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Was it good money or?
It was okay. It was good money for me, or I thought, but like now when I look back at it, I was getting taken advantage of because I didn't know anything. And I was like, oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, like I'm dying to go to Japan.
She doesn't have a GoFundMe, but she definitely has an OnlyFans. I saw that online. She has an OnlyFans of her DJing topless and stuff. Get your money how you're going to get it. I don't know if it's still up or not, but that was a bit of a hustle at one point. So, whatever you got to do to keep the lights on, I guess. But yeah, this sounds like absolute frass, but let's continue.
I go to a few places in Asia that trip. And then on my way back, I'm entering back to LAX, and I get put into detainment because there's an issue with my visa, which I like didn't know. Like I didn't understand. Like I didn't even understand that I wasn't American fully.
No, your parents were still living there?
Yeah, my parents still live there. And like, I mean, I knew that I didn't have like an American passport, but I thought like, I knew.
I know this. If you've ever been in an interview or you're talking to a colleague that you don't really know too well at work, and you're trying to like pay attention, but you're a bit bored, just look at the interviewer's face a little bit. I think there was a bit where she kind of had to blink a few times to kind of keep her eyes open. Or am I bugging out? Look, just look.
Living there?
Yeah, my parents still live there. And like, I knew that I didn't have like...
Her eyelids are fighting for her life. Like she's trying so hard to stay awake.
An American passport, but I thought like all...
Yeah, the passport. Okay, darling. Is the passport here in this room with us right now?
The paperwork was together enough for me to be able to be in America.
This is brilliant. Brilliantly bad.
But since I moved there, since I lived there since I was 10 years old, like I wasn't in charge of my paperwork. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, when I got into LAX there, I got put into a room and they didn't tell me anything. It was like it was just like a white room with like one little like creaky bed and so like an itchy blanket. And
like a prison.
Yeah, basically. And there was like a broken TV screen. Like that was all that was in the room. And it wasn't even like a new TV. It was like one of those like really old ones, and it was just like in the corner, like. And
they didn't tell you why you were there.
At first, they don't tell you anything. So I was sitting in the room and they take away everything from you. Like if I had shoelaces, they take your shoelaces off, like, because they think you're gonna like hang yourself in the room. And like I had a hoodie, they take the string off the hoodie, they take all your luggage, they took all your credit cards, all your money, all your everything, your phone. You can't tell anyone where you were at or anything. But I did like.
I like how she's acting like it's the first time she ever been detained. I love it.
Like I saw my phone sitting in the hallway, and I like went to the bathroom and I grabbed my phone from the hallway, and then I hid under the blankets and it was like texting, and then
very cheeky.
Yeah, but I got in trouble.
Oh no!
Like immediately, they obviously have cameras everywhere. They knew what happened, but I was able to text at least like my parents and stuff to say like looks like I'm
sounds like the plot of a movie
stuck here, you know. And yeah, and then so basically I was in that detention.
Come on, let's get past this, man. It's so boring.
It's just my persona. Like, it's not true. I didn't do acid in Japan. And you can't even, like, drug test for acid. You know, it doesn't come up in your system. So I was like, no, I didn't do any acid in Japan. It's just, like, a part of my persona.
Internet persona.
Yeah. And they were like, okay. And they were, like, younger guys, so they weren't dumb, like, but they were like kind of like trolling me, like pulling up my music videos, like watching them in front of me and like laughing and stuff like that. Yeah, and they were like, yeah, it was horrible.
Like humiliating.
Yeah, it's like humiliating, and they keep bringing you back and forth, and just to like I don't know, like torture you basically, like, because they can make a quicker decision, like, you know. They could have told me, so like basically what had happened, I got kicked out and banned from America for 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so rough. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And they could have told me like earlier on, like I think I was there for like 72 hours for no reason. Like they could have told me like within the first few.
So we have to blame ICE for her being all over England and parts of Europe and shit. Is that what we have to blame? We have to blame you fucking Americans for, you know, giving us the gift of Chippy Nonstop on our shores. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Few hours because they knew that I wasn't gonna go back. So yeah, I went to Vancouver in Canada because I was like, what is the closest like English speaking place I can go to, so I don't have to like deal with. I could explain to them when I get there. If I went to Mexico, you know, like who knows what the situation could have been. So yeah, I went to Vancouver.
All alone too, like suddenly you are kicked out in the most brutal ways.
Yeah, and you can't go back to get any of your possessions or anything. You just have to like.
Whoa.
Yeah, you have.
Family, your friends.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you know,
everyone.
it's just all your things.
Everything, like.
It must have been a mistake. I mean, I would have thought the same thing.
I was like, oh, I'll be back next week. Like, it's fine. Like, and also they don't tell you all the. And I didn't know that I was banned for 10 years when I left. I found that out because I called lawyers and stuff when I left. Yeah, but I had no idea. And when I got to Vancouver, like I didn't know where to stay or anything, so I like posted on Twitter like anyone in Vancouver, like, and I actually did meet like some amazing people there. Like one of my best friends till this day lives there, and she helped me out a lot. I like stayed at her mom's house.
So you knew her through Tumblr?
I didn't know her, but we had mutual friends or someone from Twitter.
Oh, so boring. Come on.
40-year-old bald guy DJing. I'm like, what is happening here?
Oh my god, they were so lazy.
Yeah, it was like very like that. So when I got there, I was like, I don't know how long I can be here for. And I went to Europe for a while, and then I went back, and that's when me and a few friends started Intercessions, which is the workshop series.
Okay. Before, I want to hear more about that too. But before that, what would you say it takes for you to feel at home in a city?
We don't care about that. We don't care about that. Come on, we don't care about that.
And we both were just like kind of sick of Vancouver and like how it was run. It was very like kind of like mafia mentality. Like one company owns all the clubs and they control all the bookings. And like if you try to do your own booking, they'll, try to hit up the person and tell them they'll pay them more. So they'll like kind of interfere with the booking. So you basically couldn't create an underground space, or like it was pretty difficult to create an underground space. So we had a friend who hit us up and was like, I have a space if you guys want to do anything. And we were just like kind of defeated from like doing events because we just didn't know like if it would be like interfered with or like that would happen. And I was like, yeah, like I want to do something. And it was like a space for like it was a queer run space for like anything we could do, they would give us the space for free. And I was like, yeah, like I want to do something, but I don't think a party is the right thing. And then I was like, maybe we could do like workshops or panels or something like that. And we kind of were like talking about it. And I don't think I was in a space to like teach people how to DJ yet. So like I had a few friends.
Some would say you're still not in that space, young lady.
That were like, oh, we're interested too. Like maybe we can do DJ workshops and we can get more, women, people of color, queer people into this space. So
people of color, queer people, all the people of, we're playing the bongos as we go DJ. People of color, queer people.
Numbers and everyone can start like, kind of like pushing and doing their own events. Because if
go
it's
around,
only like a few of us just trying to do this, it's not going to work. So yeah, like we created the space, started doing these workshops. And yeah, like
what were they about? Tell us more, please.
Even just the first one, the energy was like amazing. Like the diversity of the people and just like the people that were interested. I didn't even know
inclusion.
That those people even lived in Vancouver,
Yeah.
Gay,
so I
black,
was like
white,
shocked
Chinese,
with the
no
diversity
whiteys.
of everyone who was there and the people that I was meeting, and it just excited me for like making a difference in the community. And like now if you go to Vancouver, like there's actually a lot of really cool female DJs, and also
I'm the one who made that. Look at this, mate. Hey, love a good little humble brag, eh? Love it.
A lot of queer people that are throwing events there. There's a party called Normie Corp. I don't know, like obviously I'm not taking all credit for what has
sure you're not
there, but
sure you're not. Allegedly she's meant to be 31, allegedly. And then you're also responsible for building up the entire underground queer alternative scene in Vancouver, all on your own, right? Cool.
But it has been like a really big difference since I was last there. So it's pretty amazing. And then when I moved to Toronto, because
I'm not taking any credit, but it's changed a lot since I was there. Since I went oh, you gotta love this young lady.
Still didn't feel like I could do as much as I wanted to do in Vancouver. And I honestly needed money at that point. And Vancouver is so expensive. Like,
really?
Yeah, Toronto's also expensive, but Vancouver is like insanely expensive. And I was just like, I just need to go somewhere more diverse and where I could like survive basically in Canada. So yeah, I moved to Toronto, and the workshops were kind of like blowing up. Like I was able to start doing them in Toronto, got all the bigger like women DJs that were there who taught at the workshops, because each city I go to, I get like I pick like a few people that I know that are like in the community and interested in doing work in the community. And at first, like people were just like willing to volunteer, but then we started getting like pretty big like sponsorships, and I was able to like pay all the teachers like really well. And ended up like being pretty solid, and then I like toured with it. I did in Berlin actually at I think it was the tractor office, like the tractor offices. So I don't know. It was like, yeah, so I did.
I think part of my lack of success actually might be in that I don't have the ability to talk like this. You know, there is an element of being able to talk the way that she speaks, to talk the way that she talks, right? That kind of adds to your legend. Whether it's true or not, it just makes you sound cool. It makes you sound interesting. It makes you sound important, right? That ability to just keep gassing and, you know, sucking yourself off, innit? It just sounds so good. And to somebody that doesn't really know or who's interested by you and wants to learn some more and explore ideas and touch bases and maybe connect to some whatever, when they hear that, they're like, oh wow, please tell me more, please tell me more. It kind of does work. There is a magic to it. It's sort of like its own little spell, you know? I did this, I did that. I'm not taking too much credit for it, but, you know, I was there and it all changed. But, you know, it wasn't little old me, but obviously I was the most important person. Then I was able to pay everybody, and I toured and all money. I went to, I think the offices, what's the name? The company, Pioneer, you know, Pioneer, the ones that make I went to Pioneer. I went to the offices, and, you know, all that kind of stuff is like, it actually works. It's got some sort of like, you know, there's an effect with it. Because now, Madame who was sleeping is now, she's awake, you know? Oh, you went to the tractor place. You know, she's awake now. Please tell me more about tractor. Yeah, she's interested. She's awake now. Oh, cloud. As they say in English, the cloudy. You know, she now wants to take part. Let's go.
In Berlin, I did with SoundCloud, I did with a bunch of different companies, I did in London, so I was able to like tour it and do it everywhere, and the community that it created.
You're a freaking force.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Yeah. Come on, Chippy. You should say no. You need to be like, at that moment, you should be like humble. Like, no, not really, man. I couldn't do it without my team. She was like, yeah, you're a force. Yeah, I know. So when I was coming up in Toronto, they used to call me like Chippy Fierce, you know, after like Beyonce, like Sasha Fierce. Yeah. She got excited at that. You're a force. Look at her face.
Do it everywhere, and the community that it created.
You're a freaking force.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah, it
so wild.
It took a life of its own, honestly. Like
no team, no mention, no collaboration, no partner, just her. All me.
Community it created was insane. Like, and I never like I never felt that like feeling. Like everyone was just like so grateful and was like, you know, just even like the teachers were like, oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Fashion road, man. The way she's talking, you'd think she invented techno. Oh my god, Koila's so on point, man. Oh my god, Koila. Put her on 2x speed. It's the speech you get after it's a speech you get after when they are holding out for your bag. Anybody that's been out, you know what I'm going about that. You know what Koila's saying. She like, you know when people say the meme online, like a dream blunt rotation. She's, not to be mean to her because I don't know her personally, but she's a nightmare afters rotation person. Like, you do not want to be with her at an afters somewhere because she's gonna fucking chew your ear off. You know what I mean? Nightmare afters participant or guest, because fucking hell, Chippy.
God, like, you know, I love DJing, but the impact that this is making when I'm able to like teach and like see like the excitement on someone's face, even when they just do one blend, like it sounds like a little thing, but like
the irony of you teaching people how to do blends, considering the, you know, the reaction to some of your blends online is hilarious, but we all got to start somewhere, innit?
You're helping someone find their, you know, journey and passion, maybe like impact more people in the world and make a little bit of a difference in the way that they can.
Yeah, speaking of, like, this.
Yeah.
So, like, if you look at the kind of electronic music / techno side of the scene now, why would you say that it's still important to lift women and people from the LGBTQ+ community?
I mean, well, like starting, I guess, like from even just like the history of the music that you're playing, you know, the complexity of the music, where it came from, where techno came from, you know, like a lot of people who take advantage of techno music and make tons and tons of money from techno music don't pay attention to the complexity of where it came from. And the people who are, you know, making the most money.
This sounds like one of those, you know, when someone asks you a question you don't know the answer to, so you just repeat back the question so you can think about what you want to say. This is what it kind of sounds like. This is like a textbook English literature, like, you know, examination question and answer. You got some question about Geoffrey Chaucer or fucking Shakespeare or whatever, and you don't know the answer, so you just repeat the fucking question in your fucking answer and hope that along the way of you writing it, the fucking answer will come to your brain. You'll fucking remember what your teacher told you.
From this music aren't speaking on the issues of the place where the music came from, you know? And I feel like if you put the people on a, like, if you put women, if you put queer people, people of the LGBTQ community, Black people in the place.
I like how blacks are on the last on that list. It goes women, queer, LGBTQ, 10 black people. I love it. Black people meaning what? Black men. That's the only ones left. Black men come at the bottom of that list of the hierarchy of, you know, of fucking inclusion Olympics. The black guys always come at the bottom. That might be why I don't get booked. They look at me, they're like, what? Black guy? Nah, fuck off. So I'm basically, yeah, I might be like in the same position as like a bald white guy, right? Bald white guys get a bad rep in the scene because everybody looks at them like the fucking everybody looks at them like they're an agent of the fucking patriarchy or something, right? So now maybe black men are the same. Maybe we looked at the same thing, like, because when it comes to the diversity Olympics, there's nowhere we're beating women. We're not beating anybody for the LGBTQ community, queer, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're not beating them. So we are dead last in terms of priorities. You fucking love it, innit? Love it, love it, love it.
Places that they should be, you know.
I'm gonna just stick to my pirate mixes. Pirate always books me. Big up Pirate, man, for always holding me down. I love you guys.
Where they deserve to be, because it's their music. If you put them on the pedestal that they deserve to be on, they will speak on behalf of where the music came from, versus it turns into, I mean, don't get me wrong, like everything obviously is built on capitalism. Like people are gonna make money off of it. But if you put the right people on the pedestal, they will help it have longevity and create, have a voice for the correct people, you know? And if you put the wrong people on the pedestal, then the shit will just get diluted until it's how EDM is now.
You know what's funny, right? The funny thing about what's happened in London is actually been the opposite. In London, for the most part, most of the best parties now are all from people within the queer, LGBTQ, what I like to deem as the quote-unquote alternative scene. They're the ones putting on the best parties. So much so that all the established big clubs out there are trying to get those guys involved into their operations so that they can lead booking and programming and community management, all that good stuff, because they see the magic that those guys are creating with little to no resources. You look at the people like Hotbox and stuff, right, who are doing like forest raves and things in fucking warehouses and whatnot. They're able to get far larger numbers of people coming down. It's far better music. It's a far better crowd. The vibe is fucking immaculate. And they're all just doing it on a shoestring budget with just loads of friends and family, loads of underground type of artists and stuff. So I feel like in London, the opposite happened, where everybody kind of got bored of the same old, all these main clubs. And instead of complaining and crying that you're not getting included in Fabric and XOY and all these kind of baked places, they just went up and set their own thing up. It took long. You know, they had to go through some growing pains along the way, but essentially now they've kind of cultivated their own little scene that just exists on its own merit. That is very hard to get into, to be fair. Even to be a punter, you kind of have to know the right places to, you know, the right pages to follow, be in the right crowd and in the right Telegram groups and shit. But it's a very vibrant scene, and that most of it has come because those guys were not included, and they just made their own thing. So you don't really need to wait for permission for people to kind of include you so you can put people in position. No, you don't need to do that. Just create your own. Especially in this industry, I feel like it's quite, you know, it's quite basic. Like, as long as you can attract a crowd and sell tickets, people are going to fuck with you. Unfortunately, if you can't, they don't fuck with you. So if you can show that you've got a following and there's a community behind what you do and people give a shit about it, most likely you will be able to be put on those bigger platforms. Like before Printworks closed, they had Howl Festival there, or Howl Festival, how you even fucking pronounce it. Did one of the big stages over there. You've got Inferno, which is one of our better parties I go to most of the time that is here over in Hackney Wick, and they were doing a night in fucking IB for us all recently. So if you build it, they will come. You don't need to wait for them to give you permission, really and truly. Let's say in the chat. She's a DJ, but like I don't know what is called to her hair. Exactly, Goyla. Fashion Romance says that she's talking as if you'd think she's very technical. I read that before. Where's Brenda when you need someone to interrupt? Low severe design. I beg to differ. Fashion Romance says, "Oh, it's interesting to see how race is lumped into gender identity and sexuality." Yep, it's a very interesting conversation because, you know, much like fashion, there's actual validity to what she's saying. I'm sure if you are from those communities, you have seen some pushback because of where you're from and what you represent and stuff and what you look like. I'm sure that has an effect. But I just feel like nowadays with the internet and with how you can kind of cultivate communities and movements and just do your own thing, waiting for the powers that be to give you permission or to open the doors for you is a little bit redundant. To be completely honest. And if it was me personally and I was from those communities, I would want to be in a position to call my own shots. I wouldn't want to be, you know, at their fucking behest. So I would want to make a name for myself on my own thing. Then when they try to get me involved and try to siphon off my community and kind of bleed it dry and, you know, commercialize it and shit, I wouldn't be able to kind of dictate the terms of it. That was what I'd want to do personally. But, you know, everyone's kind of different. Always throwing the best parties. Yeah, exactly, Lucid.
You know, for example, so like it will just turn into a mass money making machine of a thing. So like for me, when I get to a certain point, like I'm like, you know, like I have this pedestal, like I'm gonna be a voice for people who don't have a voice for.
That's cool.
But a lot of straight cis white men, they get to this position and they're not speaking on behalf of anyone.
To be fair, I don't think that's fair. I don't think there's many. I think I've said it before on the pod. DJing is weird like that. Like there's not a lot of bringing culture. I don't know why it is, particularly with this type of scene and music. There's not a lot of people like bringing people through. There's not a lot of like bigger DJs putting their arm around somebody up and coming and saying, yeah, you're going to be opening up for me wherever I go, or you're going to come on the road with me, be my fucking phone holder and record my Instagrams, but then on the days where I'm hungover and I don't want to play, you play instead of me or something, right? They don't really do that. It's always kind of usually an individual thing. You don't really see a lot of, you know, groups of DJs hanging together, bringing each other on, you know, helping each other out and stuff. It doesn't really happen. And I don't know why. I've always been confused as to why that is, particularly in the DJ scene. You don't really see it, especially within women DJs. There's not a lot of women DJs that kind of bring other women DJs on. There's, you know what I mean, like legitimately, hey, I got a chance, I'm going to leave the door open. Unless they're in a little crew, you will see them just on their own. Do you know what I mean? Which is odd too, because you'd think if you're a woman, especially hanging around clubs and shit, you'd want to move in packs, you know, to be safe and stuff, whatever it may be. There's not really a lot of that, and which is unfortunate, really, because I feel like that's an easier way to kind of rewrite whatever representational imbalances you feel like exist by just always having a clique of like 3 or 4 people with you who represent the same thing. You're from the same place, and you know you're about the same sort of vibe, and then you kind of will just kind of dictate the flow of the night just because there's so many of you. But I don't know why that is the case.
they're not standing up for anyone. And it's just like kind of convenient that they're the people making the most money off of something they didn't even create, and then they're not even being a voice for where it came from.
Again, that's not fair. I think the people who are making the most, especially at the top, are usually there because they're the most popular, and that's not because of, you know, they're not there by accident. Usually it's their output. Usually it's they've made incredible contributions to the scene, regardless if you don't like what they do or not. You know, they've made banging tunes. They've been DJing for a million fucking years. All those things go a long way. You can't just turn up and decide that their contribution isn't necessary or relevant because you just don't like what they look like. You know what I mean? There is a way to do both. You can kind of acknowledge what they've done and, you know, be respectful for it, but also kind of do your own thing. But I don't think you need to dismiss their contribution just because they don't look or they don't come from a particular type of community. I think it's a bit strange, to be fair.
So for me, I think it's always important to keep understanding the roots of where the music came from and keep putting the people on the pedestal that actually created the music, because then it will never lose that energy or like the root.
Who created it then? Who created it? Was it the blacks? Was it the gays? Was it the queers? Who actually created it? Who created it? Let's get down to brass tacks. Who created it? Come on.
Roots of where it came from.
Boom!
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to continue, but I just loved that so much.
We have now come to the part.
Okay, let's fast forward.
Yeah.
Because you just said before that you were one of the most hated people in the scene. And you were like, I was like, I heard so many nice things about you. You were like, really? I'm like one of the most hated people in the scene.
Well, I mean, if you, like I was saying before, if you talk to real people that actually know me and then have conversations.
Being happy that you're the most hated person is very strange, to be fair. But again, it's a good mark. This is the thing you should do, actually. This is what Brendan should do. You should be aware of how many you should be aware of what the climate is around your name. But if you actually don't think you're that person that they have in their heads, it shouldn't bother how you go about doing what you do. That's the smart thing. I think that's what most like successful YouTubers who are controversial do. They are aware of why people don't like them, but that doesn't dictate how they move. That's the main thing. And I feel like Brendan, all these kind of guys, all these comedian guys, they first of all, their feelings get hurt when people don't like them because they feel like everybody should like them. And then they also, you know, have this dismissive sort of like, there's no reason why anyone would hate me because I'm amazing sort of thing, which is bizarre. Be aware of it, maybe even understand it, but just keep it moving. That's the only thing you can do, to be fair.
Conversations with me, I feel like they would have a different opinion. But yeah, obviously like I was a disruptor in the scene. Like I mix like every genre into each other, which is like crazy. Like, you know, so that's one thing. And also I do like party really hard, and like sometimes it gets out of hand for sure. Like I've definitely made mistakes, and you know, like also when you like first like are starting to tour so much, you don't realize the impact it makes on your like mind and your mental health.
So essentially, from what I've been able to glean online, most people don't like her because I think they just don't think she's a good DJ, and they don't understand how she's getting all these bookings when she's terrible. Like, you know, because most people online only think of DJing as like beat matching and shit, right? So if you can't blend, essentially everyone thinks you shouldn't be DJing professionally, which is a bit, you know, it's a little bit naive to think that way, because she's clearly got a following. She's been around since Kreation's era, so she's clearly famous in her own way. So with that fame, I'm sure transitioning that over to fucking DJing, she's probably got a decent following. So she probably sells a decent amount of tickets, gets a decent amount of crowd out to clubs, and you know, she's got interesting taste in music. Maybe it's a bit on point with what kids want to hear nowadays, the faster type of stuff, the genre switching type of stuff. So it makes sense why she's getting booked. So it's not always just about her skill level is good or bad. Like, it's about the whole package. That's the most important thing. But I think a lot of people online, just generally, from what I've seen anyway, don't like her because of that, and also some of her trolling, shit posting stuff on social. And then of course there's the other thing, which is the accounts from people who've booked her. I think I covered it in a video before. Some person, like a promoter, booked her to play somewhere, and like she said, she parties too hard sometimes, and I think she either turned up super high or drunk and just played terribly and had a horrible attitude in the whole time because she was kind of out of her face. So I think all those stories, plus seeing her play on Mix Mag and hearing her clang, hearing her clang, it just makes people think like, how the fuck are you professional when you're like terrible at what you do? You're clearly a bit of a liability in real life. All this sort of stuff plays into it. But like I said, I think if you take a, zoom out a little bit, you can understand why she gets booked. She's been around for ages. She's obviously connected. She's what you call it? Got a good following. I'm sure she sells a bunch of tickets. International as well in her respect. She's lived in all these different places, which probably allowed her to kind of be able to, affect it. She probably could tour pretty well in North America, Europe, parts of the Middle East, and have a good following out there. And that kind of adds to the, bookability of her, if that's a fucking word. So I get why she's successful. And I think some of the hate is a little bit overblown, but I can also understand if you're just looking at it from the, snapshot point of view, you hear a mix, you're like, shit, this is garbage. But life isn't always about just, if you're good, you get this. It's not what you're about, you deserve. It's about what you kind of figure out and work out for yourself and all that good stuff. So that plays into it.
And also, I'm also so used to being in queer spaces and in spaces where if something goes wrong with me or something's happening, I have a community to help me or take care of me if I'm ever in a situation.
What?
So I never...
So she's blaming straight. She's blaming. No, you're not gonna try and blame your behavior on like straight people booking you. No way. Come on, Chippy, don't do this.
Like before, when I was touring, I would, if I get too fucked up or whatever, I always had someone who had my back because it was more of like a community feeling. But now that I'm touring in these big spaces, mostly I would say straight, like the audience.
She's pissed off that she's playing for these straight people, but she's happy to accept their money. Okay, makes sense.
Mostly I would say white.
Again, if you hate them so much, why not? You could easily reject the bookings, my dear, if that's much of an issue.
The community feeling isn't really there, so I only have my own back when I'm in these spaces. So it's taken me a while to come to that realization. So I kind of have hit places where I'm like, oh shit, I can't drink anymore.
Okay, some context here from Fashion Roadman. Thank you. Also, Lucid, I saw in ATL probably 2012. She's got a name for herself. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. People don't you may not like her. Fair enough, you don't like the girl, but let's be honest. She is well known. She's not like some random nobody. She's definitely got a name to her. I only know of her because of her DJing, but still she's famous enough to get all these big bookings, and she's got a 10+ year record in this, history in the industry. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back to the chat here. Saw in ATL, she's got a name for herself. Fashion Roadman says, from what I know of her fans are creepy men that obsess about her body. But to be honest, I don't think it's my place to police how someone is successful. Just observation. Yeah, this is the thing I was saying before about women in the industry. It must be a weird conundrum to be in, because I've given this advice to some of my other friends who are women who DJ, and I've always said that be careful leaning into your sex appeal when you're a woman. Unfortunately, it's annoying that it's like this, but it's just the way it is. For the most part, electronic music, especially techno, the fan base, I would say, is predominantly male and predominantly straight. So you have to be careful how you play with the whole sex thing, because if you lean into it too much, it could become something that could end up biting you in the ass, because then your fans start to only want that from you, whereas maybe you want to kind of display your artistry and your skill, and they always just comment on you and your body. They basically objectify you at every turn. That could be a bit much. But I also understand the appeal. Sorry, I also understand the temptation to lean into it, because if you are moderately attractive, conventionally attractive, you have assets like fucking Chippy has, it can help you. Let's not be around the bush. It can fucking help you. No pun intended. So you can play into it, but then I feel like if you play into it with a plan to kind of make a shift, that's when you're able to kind of turn it. But obviously, she kind of feels like a bit of a, she's a bit of an internet kid, a bit of a troll. She probably thought she could handle it. Now it's getting a bit crazy. Who knows? But it's a hard thing to sort of like it's a hard thing to put that creep genie back in a bottle. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. You have to be very careful if you play that game. But it obviously has worked for her. I'm sure the pros outweigh the cons, but still having random messages from guys offering to take you out or saying they want to see your tits and shit, that probably gets old very quickly, I'm assuming. Crash said, I got hired as a Federal Bureau of Success. She's currently under Crash, I got hired as a Federal Bureau of Success. She's currently under investigation.
Because when I was touring, or like I can't do drugs like when I was touring before or whatever. So I'm trying to find that balance.
Yeah, good point, Coiler. I wonder why she chose not to name drop Krayshawn. She wouldn't exist without her. I'm assuming that Krayshawn relationship probably didn't sit well. I've got a feeling she's lived a very, very, if you believe what she says, she's lived a very vivid and fruitful life, right? A very colorful life. If she's that much of a liability and a bit of a nutcase, I'm assuming along the way she's probably burned a lot of bridges. But she's probably at that stage in life now where she's starting to figure out, I can't be doing this, I can't be doing that. And she's kind of chilled out a little bit and become a bit sensible. But sometimes it doesn't matter how successful you become in the future and how you sort out your life. Sometimes some bridges you burn, there's just no repairing them. So maybe that's why she's not mentioning Krayshawn, because it's just one thing that, it just didn't end well and it just is what it is. That could be the reason. Or maybe she just doesn't think Krayshawn played that much of a role. Maybe she doesn't think she did anything really. And her real, success was down to herself doing what she did. Who knows?
Now. But yeah, so obviously I've made mistakes. So there's some hatred that's maybe worthy. But
that's
like
fair.
There's...
We like a good self-aware queen.
Obviously, like, I think like a lot of Black, brown, queer artists in this space are unjustly like judged because the way they mix is different, and also the genres and the creativity where they're coming from is not like, they come from a different...
Okay. She's got a little bit of point here. She's got a tiny point. Only because I've noticed this recently, because I listen to a lot of Hor Berlin mixes, right? H-O-R Berlin. Hor, however you fucking pronounce it. The DJ sets are doing that toilet. And if you watch some of the live streams and you find a DJ who's like a multi-genre DJ, which I didn't even know was a thing, but it's a thing for some people, multi-genre, you'll see in the comments people like complaining that the person played bashment, reggaeton, R&B, hip-hop, grime, jungle, garage, whatever. You'll see them complaining. If they're playing like a techno or house set but they slip in some other genres and stuff, they complain. So I think there is a particular segment of techno listeners who don't like a lot of genre switching, and they also don't like genres mixing in techno that have vocals on it. So they might like you playing like techno, acid and EBM, but they don't want to hear you play techno, acid and hip hop because they don't like the mixes. You know what I mean? I even saw it with that guy Hector Oaks. Hector Oaks has this thing where sometimes he'll play an Eminem track as an opener, and you see people in the comments like raging that he's playing some Eminem track or like a Wu-Tang record. I don't know what it is about techno fans not liking multi-genre artists and stuff or DJs. It's bizarre. I guess because I've grown up in London, and for the most part, maybe because it's our radio culture, but everybody's multi-genre. Like, no, there's not really a lot of people that only play one genre. It's only really in Europe that you see people, I only play bass, I only play drum and bass, I only play jungle, I only play techno or house or disco. Here in England, everyone can play everything for the most part. Everyone's got a good 1 hour set of everything in their kind of arsenal that they can kind of play at any moment's notice. But I think fundamentally as well, she has to also be honest and say there's also a lot of DJs out in the scene who have got propped up because they're from a particular community. They get basically fast tracked because there's not a lot of them around, whether you're, a woman or from the LGBTQ scene or whatever it may be, or a black woman, as she's saying. and they're not good at DJing. You know what I mean? They're really not good DJs technically. And also for me, it's not even a technical thing about beat matching. I think it's more so just like, I don't know, man, just sequencing and having good taste in music. Some people have horrible taste in music. Like, that's the thing. Like, you listen to a Chippy Nonstop set, forget her mixing, just listen to the music, like what one song after the other, and it's just not good. I mean, it's just not good, really. Objectively, for me, anyway, that's the main issue. So I think people have an issue with that, which is, you know, is what it is, but it's hard to ignore, you know, because when you hear someone that's actually good and then you hear them play, it's like, oh, it's a bit tough to get through. You know what I mean?
Background, and I think a lot of the audience just wants to hear a formula.
Yeah, you also mentioned Patrick Mason, LSD, and yeah, it just says something about it.
I mean, anyone that is a disruptor in the scene is gonna have some, you know, like words being said about them, but
that's what Brendan Schaub should say, innit? Brendan should say that. Brendan should say, I'm a disruptor. That's a good way to deal with criticism, to be honest. It's a very clever way to dismiss criticism, valid, however it may be. Just say, I'm a disruptor. I'm an agent of change. I'm a needle mover. Yeah, like that's an actual good way to deal with criticism. I'm the Uber of DJing. Do you remember that was the thing in startups? Everybody was trying to be the Uber of something.
I think like also the impact is bigger when you are a disruptor. So like,
fucking hell, she knows how to suck herself off, innit? She knows how to fucking suck herself off. I'm kind of a big deal because I'm a disruptor. So if you're on my nuts, if you're sucking my pussy, then thank you, cash checked. I'm gonna win a Grammy next year. Like, she is fucking, yo. There's no bigger fan of Chippy than Chippy, man. Fucking hell, props.
You know, like with Patrick Mason, LSDXOXO, like even if people are saying certain things, like if you
let's take those two examples, because you can't name drop two of my guys. Patrick Mason, who I love, main criticism that he gets is that he jumps on tables and dances a lot. I think that's stupid, but that's the only criticism he gets, really. For the most part, I don't think people really don't criticize his mixing and his DJing, because I think he's really good. I think his DJing is actually underrated. I actually enjoy seeing him have fun behind the decks and dancing and shit. I've spoken about it myself on the stream. It's refreshing because most DJs just have their head down and they're fucking boring. He's obviously into fashion. He's obviously an amazing dancer. He obviously looks fucking great. So it's amazing when he does that. LSDXOXO is another example, but that's a different one because he knows exactly why people maybe don't respond the greatest to him because of some of his comments he said online and shit. You know, he knows what he says. It is kind of is what it is. That's always going to wrangle people up the wrong way when you're going to Berghain to play and you're calling the people that don't like your sets that you're playing Britney Spears music in, and you're calling them fucking what do you call it? You're calling them homophobes and shit and stuff. You know what I mean? It's not cool. People are not going to respond well to that. So name dropping those two people without providing context is a bit cheeky.
If you're gonna look back at history, you'll see the impact that they made versus people who followed a formula.
I love the humble brag. Yo, Chippy out here thinking, yo, I this is honestly, I need a bit of this. I need some of this attitude. When I put up my mix on SoundCloud and it gets like 12 plays, I need to be like, people are just not ready for my sound and my music and my approach, and I'm probably just thinking on a higher plane of thinking, really. And maybe when people wake up and realize just how amazing I am, they'll realize my contribution to society. That's what I need to be saying with my fucking SoundCloud mixes that get 12 plays. I need some of that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, do you have any...
The host is so bored. The host is so bored. Please, the host is so bored. Oh, bless this host. The interviewer is so bored. She's so bored. Look at her.
Yeah. For sure. Okay, do you have any...
It's like one of those interviews that goes on too long. Okay, so do you have anywhere to go right now? Do you have anywhere to be, or
Fears for the future of the scene growing and people being more and more engaged?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a fear, like I said, that it will get diluted, and the where it comes from will be forgotten, which is what happens with a lot of things in history, So yeah, I do fear that.
we were kings?
Like my goal is just to put Black techno artists into spaces that they deserve to be in. And like if I'm getting a pedestal like for the privileges that I do have, then that would be my goal. But yeah, like honestly, it's gonna happen. Like,
all right, I'm tapped out, man. She's fucking bored me to tears. That was Chippy Nonstop talking about what she's talking about. Yeah, man. Interesting young lady. Very, very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. Chippy Nonstop there telling us a lot, but not telling us anything really, to be honest. I don't think we learned too much, to be fair. What we did learn is that she has supreme self-confidence, and that might be part of the reason why she's incredibly successful despite not being the best DJ in the world. She's very, very self-assured, clearly, and that may have played a role in how she's been able to, succeed despite the skill level not being the greatest, because she's able to just keep on keeping on, That's the main thing that I'm noticing here. So big up her for doing that. It's fucking cool to see, to be honest. Actually, there's a set here from Mixmag. Let's see this DJ, mate. Let's see what this is saying from 1 month ago. Let's see. But yeah, man. I don't know what to say, really, to be fair. That was a bit brutal to listen to. Crash is saying that segment went on for too long. I know, but hey, it's finished now. Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, Gucci rapping Krayshawn's weird accent. That's fucking hilarious. You ain't no Barbie bitches, Coiler. You work at Arby's. Oh my god. Yeah, man. I don't know what to say. It kind of is what it is. Interesting, but not interesting, I guess. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Not for me personally. I'd much rather fucking throw myself off the nearest bridge. But that's where I'm going to end it. That has been the Extended Show episode number what? 702, I think, right? 702. It's been a fucking blast. Had my funs. I hope you guys have had your funs. If not, it is what it is. Yeah, man. Yeah. I don't know what to say, bro. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I might have to end it with actually reading one more Chippy Nonstop verse. Let's see if I can find one more Chippy Nonstop verse. Is how I'm going to end this fucking pod. What song should I go for? Let's go for the Spaghetti featuring Andy Milonakis. Let's see what Spaghetti sounds like. Let's rap a Chippy Nonstop Spaghetti verse. Where is it here? Is that it? None of these songs have got actual bars to it, innit? Party animal, bitch, I'm a party animal. Okay, cool. That's not the right one. What else have got? Wind up, out of pocket, bout that life. What's about that life? No, let's do geeked up off of this cake. Let's do this. Yeah, let's do geeked up off of this cake. I wish I could play Gucci, man. I wish, but this stream is gonna get fucking sent into fucking ban world. You know how they are with copyrighted music on this fucking stupid app. So Chippy Nonstop geeked up off this cake. It says, "Here I am. I'm back with another slap. You said I couldn't, but I'm back with another clap. 808 and the heat of another track. Peep boy taking money. I ain't never getting back. It's trippy, straight trippy. All these boys really want to lick me. Can't believe it if you see it. Play your game right, boy. You're going to need it. Get higher, Osaya. Bring it back. Bring your toes out of retire. If they kick right, they hired. If they can't pop a bitch, they fired. Hook. What you say, boy? Tell me what you say. Geeked up off this motherfucking cake. So high you just want to try. Hit it from the back, my oh my. Yo, hear it from the back, it'll be like a fucking thunderclap. Geeked up off this cake. Chippy baby, you know what I got, the munchies. I take it by the pussy every time I get hungry. Yummy, you already knew that. You know I'ma take flight wherever I'm at. Late night hit me on the hotline. But baby, can you twerk it on FaceTime? Sorry, I'm just getting comfortable. Gonna bust it open, let me eat it like a Lunchable. Did she say that lyric before Jenny Aiko? I'ma eat that booty like groceries. Groceries, Lunchables, similar, you know. Don't you get Lunchables from grocery shopping? Yo, did Jenny Aiko steal her bars? Jenny Aiko owes fucking Chippy Nonstop a check, bro. Jenny Aiko owes Chippy Nonstop a check. Fuck. Oh, Buckwheat, the creature. If anybody asks, say I charge for the feature. 2 for the 20. Yeah, you know I need a fuck with that. Know a gang of niggas for it. Oh my god. Somebody call Tremaine right now. More niggas. They should ask her in that interview. So is that the reason why she's trying so hard to get black women gigs? Because of all the time she said niggas. Niggas. Huh? Is that why she's trying to get all these black women gigs and shit? She feels guilty. So back when I was younger, I used to call you guys niggas and stuff, and I kind of want to help, you know? So anywhere I can help with my platform and my pedestal, I can help. Wow. That's why she's trying to push forward and be the fucking DJ BLM officer. That's what she's doing because she used to say nigger so often. Know a gang of niggas throwing bullets like a quarterback. Throwing bullets like a quarterback like in football. Throwing bullets. Why would you throw bullets? Throwing bullets. Anyway, she's not Nas, is she? Never gave a fuck, never gave a shit. Ain't never a bitch shit, but some good dick. Baby bopped in the blunt, Bacardi in the cup. With Chippy on my side, getting kicked out of clubs. She's been getting kicked out of clubs and being a liability from minute zero, innit? Fucking hell. But yo, this might be one of the worst bars I've ever seen in my entire life. And it also makes me question why I stopped rapping. I probably should have tried to rap a little bit more. But I remember when I was trying to write bars and I was listening to myself and I was like, why don't I sound like Digi Rascal? Why don't I sound like DWE? Why don't I sound like Wiley? And I just stopped because I just didn't sound as those great, amazing guys. But I guess what I should have been doing was listening to fucking Chippy. Because if I listened to Chippy, she would have gave me confidence. I'd be like, you know what? I can't be that bad. You know what I mean? Because she was out here touring the world off the back of this shit. Fucking hell, mate. Niggas what? No, a gang of niggas throwing bullets like a quarterback. Okay. I don't know what to say, man. I don't say. I'm out of things to say. I think we're all made under, under God's eye and shit, you know. Everyone's special in their own fucking way. So, hey, whatever works for you, innit? Whatever works for you. I'm going to leave it there, people. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you for tuning in to the Agostinho Zinga Show. It's been episode number 0702. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, please make sure you hit the smash like button down below for me. That'd be greatly appreciated. And yeah, man, it's been a pleasure and a chore. I'll see you guys again probably tomorrow, if not another time. But thank you for tuning in. It's been a fucking splendid. Okay. And yeah, man, please make sure you like the stream for me. That'd be greatly appreciated. And I'll see you all the guys again very, very soon. Thank you for tuning in. Big up the chat. Big up Crash, Coiler. Big up Fashion Roadman, my guy. Big up Uche, my girl. Big up you. Big up Lucid for always Lucid. Big up your chest. Thank you for hanging out, bruh. Big up Z. Gang, Brandon here earlier. Big up Dun Dotter. All of you in the stream chat here. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company. Severa Design. Appreciate you also. I think I lost you earlier though. Big up Unlost. Big up Nos. And everybody else who tuned in before. I appreciate you. Much love, much peace and love and stuff. And I'll see you all guys again very soon. Peace out, people. Adios. Peace.